Chapter 560. Everyone in Hut City knew that the city lord had been neglecting his proper duties. Recently, he had made a huge bow and started hunting in his own territory. Do we have any prey here? I don't think so. The surrounding 100 li is very barren. There are no large beasts at all. At most, there are a few rabbits. The people in the city were all astonished. They did not know why he was doing this, but after a few days, they were all dumbfounded. Heavens, is this the prey the city lord hunted? It's like a mountain, and it seems to be a hoe. Everyone felt dizzy. Hunting a legendary rare beast in this barren land was like a fantasy story, leaving everyone dumbstruck. In the desolate hut, the villagers had been eating wild animals recently. Many of them were not able to withstand the nourishment because the beasts were too precious. They were all priceless treasures. Flood dragon skin, hoe skin, swan feathers and other things were drying on top of the ancient locust tree. They were extremely eye-catching, flickering with multicolored light. Yi Fan had already defeated many experts in a row. Some of them had extraordinary cultivation bases and endless strange techniques, which gave him a lot of inspiration. He had gained a lot from the continuous battles, and he might be able to break into the dragon transformation secret realm at any time. During these days, he often meditated outside the ancient locust tree forest. He had sensed a special aura, but he could not grasp it. This was the place where the ancient emperors built their hut in their later years. Since ancient times, no one had been able to explain the mysteries behind it. Many lords had passed away here. Yi Fan had once carefully comprehended in the forest, but he sensed a trace of danger and did not dare to continue. That was why he came out of the forest. He did not want to pass away for no reason. Yi, Zhe, Tian, come out. On this day, a light shout came from outside the desolate hut. Clouds filled the sky, and figures could be seen in the direction of the immortal mountain. It was unknown how many experts had come, but they were all heroes of the 5 great regions. Such a large group of people all had their own extraordinary experiences. Every one of them was a legend of their own. It was not easy to gather them together. At this moment, more than 150 people had come to the desolate hut, forming a powerful pressure. Waves of immortal mist rose and the clouds rolled. It was as if heavenly soldiers had descended. Yi Zhou Tian, come out. One of the women's voice was cold. Her voice was beautiful, but it was cold. Big Brother City Lord has returned to the city. He's not here. The snotty baby rubbed his nose and shouted towards the sky in a simple and honest manner, you guys rode so many spirit beasts here, we're already sick of eating them. Glutton. One of Princess Chi's servants snorted coldly. Go. Princess Chi flung her immortal clothes and flew towards Hut City on a 5-colored cloud. The people behind her all followed from afar. They had specially come to watch the battle. This was because once Princess Chi came out of her seclusion, there would definitely be a huge commotion. Not only was she as beautiful as a fairy, but she was also a hot pepper that could topple nations. She was also a hot pepper when she had nothing to do, not to mention that her beloved llama had been eaten. Outside Hut City, clouds of all colors floated over and landed outside the city. The light mist was dense, as if the gates of heaven had been opened. City Lord, something bad has happened. A lot of immortals have come. Many people lost their heads out of fear and ran over to report. Yi Fan heard this, took the bow from the wall, put on his quiver, and walked out with large strides. City Lord, what are you doing? Why aren't you running? I'm hunting. I'm treating you to meat. Yi Fan replied. Yi Zhou Tian, come out. Princess Chi shouted. Her voice was clear like pearls falling on a jade plate, but there was a murderous intent pervading the air. After coming out, Yi Fan was also stunned. So many people had come. Wasn't it impossible to enter and leave the Qishir residence as they pleased? If these 150 people attacked together, even a few powerful existences would have to run. These weren't ordinary experts, they were all future kings of various regions, the elites of the 5 great regions. Return our Longma. A servant shouted, full of confidence. Now that his master was here, he was no longer afraid. "Are you guys causing trouble in my territory again?" asked Yi Fan. He had nothing to fear. At worst, he could just leave. If he wanted to comprehend in the desolate hut, he could come back at any time. In front of him was a dense mass of people, but most of them were here to watch. At this time, many of them were muttering. "This lord isn't that old, but he actually defeated so many experts in a row. What a freak. Why didn't he enter the Qishir residence? I'm here to watch on behalf of the Eastern Wasteland cultivators." A loud voice came from behind. Yi Fan found the voice familiar. He suddenly remembered that it was Jianghu. He didn't expect them to really sneak in. It would have been very difficult based on cultivation, but they had succeeded. "I'm here to watch on behalf of the Southern Mountains cultivators." Someone else jeered. This time, Yi Fan stared closely and saw a white fatty. He didn't recognize him, but his intuition told him that he was familiar. He quietly activated his divine eye and was immediately startled. That damn Duanda. Yi Fan would never have guessed that the heartless Daoist would sneak into the Qishir residence. He was glistening and chubby, looking very different from before. "I'm here to watch on behalf of the Western Desert's beautiful bodhisattvas." Duanda changed his position and transmitted his voice. However, Yi Fan could see everything clearly. This bastard is definitely an old man, but he's still pretending to be young. He's definitely up to no good. "Yi Fan, the princess is talking to you. Did you hear her?" At this time, a servant shouted at Yi Fan. "Speak, what do you want?" Yi Fan asked indifferently. "Return the princess, Longma. If you can't do it, then we'll bury you alive." After arriving, Princess Qi didn't say anything. It was her servants who were shouting. "Let's go and find a hole." Yi Fan flew into the wilderness. "You sure have foresight. You're digging a hole for yourself. You even dare to eat the Princess Longma. You really don't want to live anymore." Someone mocked. "You're wrong. What I meant was, I'll bury you all alive," Yi Fan said with a smile. He didn't even look back as he continued to charge forward. This awesome leader is really calm. He doesn't even care that they've come knocking on his door. Let's go and see how strong he really is. The spectators discussed curiously. There were even quite a few female cultivators who wanted to see what was going on. The surrounding area was barren. Although it wasn't barren land, there were no spirit veins. There were barren mountains everywhere, and there weren't even any proper fruit trees. Instead, there were only thistles and thorns. Everyone rode on a cloud and stopped above a barren mountain range. Princess Qi walked out and looked around. This was indeed an extremely beautiful woman. She could be said to be a beauty that could bring calamity to countries and people. No wonder there are so many flower protectors. The real master hasn't come out of seclusion yet, so they're all rushing to stand up for her. Yi Fan finally understood. This was a beauty that could cause even kings in the mortal world to abandon their country. She was about 18 or 19 years old. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, and her skin was white and tender. Her lips and teeth were sparkling and translucent, and her hair was jet black like water. She wore a golden ornament that trembled with every step she took. The pearls and jades intertwined with golden light, and the tassels fluttered. "It was you who ate my Longma." Princess Qi frowned and gritted her teeth. A bit of coldness flowed through her rainbow-like eyes. "Tell me, what do you want? You guys always come to my territory to cause trouble. I've had enough of it." Yi Fan was very impatient. "You." A hint of anger appeared on Princess Qi's jade-like face that could bring calamity to the world. However, it quickly turned into a spring breeze and she smiled. "You're very good. You ate my Longma and yet you're still so confident. I'll take you down today and you'll be my chariot from now on. You want me to be your Longma?" Yi Fan glanced at this troublemaker. "You're not stupid after all." "That's exactly what I mean. Princess Chi's smile was very moving. Her eyes were full of spirit and beauty, causing the colors of the flowers to dim. That's not very fair. Why don't we have a gentleman's agreement? Yi Fan crossed his arms and spoke. It was almost as if he was flirting with her as he looked her up and down. What agreement? Princess Chi glanced at him and was very vigilant. Let's have a fair battle. If I lose, I'll be your chariot. If you lose, you'll be my spiritual beast. Yi Fan opened his mouth and spoke. Rogue. Princess Chi's jade-like face was flushed red. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and her large, poetic eyes were filled with anger. Wow! Behind them, everyone was in an uproar. This lord was indeed very daring. Did he want Princess Chi to be his mount? I say, where did this little lord come from? Did he eat an immortal's gall? He's so close to the Qishir manor, yet he doesn't keep a low profile at all. He dares to act so unscrupulously. Isn't he afraid that the chili core will destroy him? Did I hear wrongly? This brat is really ferocious. Behind them, the group of onlookers was first dumbfounded. Then, they started to discuss. Princess Chi's ruthlessness was well known. Not many people dared to go against her. What rogue? Isn't this very fair? If I lose, I'll be your Longma. If you lose, you'll be my spiritual beast. What's wrong with that? Go to hell. Princess Chi was infuriated. Whoosh! Petals fluttered about in the sky. They were sparkling and translucent, and the endless fragrance intoxicated everyone to their bones. Everyone felt relaxed and at ease. However, this beautiful immortal land contained boundless killing intent. Every flower petal could kill. Small worlds opened up one after another, appearing in the void. 3,000 small worlds. It's actually such an ancient secret art. Wasn't it lost long ago? How did it appear in the world again? This is the Southern Mountains' unrivaled secret art. It possesses peerless might. It's said that this was created by the Southern Mountains' celestial emperor. This ancient secret art still has a continuation. It can evolve into 3,000 large worlds and transform the heavens for one's own use. Yi Fan heard their discussion and felt a headache. According to Princess Yu Dai, the Southern Mountains' celestial emperor was a ruthless person from the eastern wastelands. He had too few secret arts passed down in the world. However, every one of them was a peerless saint art that was difficult to break. Who would have thought that this Princess Chi had grasped one of them? It seemed like it had reached perfection. You want to fight against me? If you lose, are you willing to accept the bet? Yi Fan dodged and shouted loudly, disturbing her mind. Princess Chi's long skirt danced about. Petals fell like rain, covering the sky. Her body was at the center, pure and otherworldly. Her white hands moved about, and every immortal flower was evolving. Bow, one flower, one world. 3,000 immortal flowers evolved into 3,000 small worlds, making this place seem like a dream and difficult to distinguish. Yi Fan smashed his fists out, traveling through the small worlds, wanting to kill his way over. However, one flower was destroyed, and another rose. The world continuously changed. The Southern Mountains' celestial emperor is indeed unrivaled since ancient times. Every single saint art he created is peerless. Everyone was stunned. This kind of method placed him in an undefeatable position. He isolated himself from the enemy and used the power of the heavens to suppress the enemy. However, everyone was also shocked, because Yi Fan's combat strength was terrifying. He actually destroyed a small world with a single fist. He walked in the void like an ancient war god, advancing courageously towards Princess Chi. Your actions are futile. Princess Chi's smile could topple countries. Her hair fluttered about, and her eyes flowed with brilliance. She was truly a source of calamity. The flowers bloomed and the small worlds were destroyed. They evolved again, becoming even more perfect and sturdy. They transformed into the heavens, suppressing Yi Fan within. Do you dare to bet? Yi Fan provoked. Fine, if you lose, you will become my Longma and die. Princess Chi's smile was intoxicating to the bone. Her white wrists moved, and her pure white jade-like arms shone brightly. Her slender legs were faintly discernible within her dress as she danced about. The peerless beauty danced in the heavens. The sky was filled with sparkling flowers that blossomed into small worlds. A dreamy voice sounded from her mouth, one flower, one world, one grass, one heaven. Yi Fan advanced, fighting against Princess Chi. He resisted the Southern Mountain's celestial emperor's inherited saint art. His strength was extreme, destroying everything in his way. Chapter 561. One flower, one world, one grass, one heaven. Among the endless sparkling petals, there were more than 3,000 divine flowers that were the most beautiful. Princess Chi's devastatingly beautiful appearance stood at the center, smiling while holding a flower. Her hair was jet black, her skin was snow white, and her eyes were intelligent. Her beauty was intoxicating. The 3,000 small worlds were like wheels that revolved around her. She was like a female immortal monarch that stood proudly in the center, overlooking all living things. Whoosh! With a thought, a world flower bloomed, turning into a small world. It swallowed Yi Fan, wanting to seal him inside. At this moment, Yi Fan clearly saw a few strands of primal chaos mist curling up. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. This was the evolution of a perfect small world. One flower bloomed into a world. It was so beautiful, but it was also so terrifying. And this was only one of the 3,000. At this moment, Yi Fan's expression was serious. He activated his unparalleled holy body and faced the battle seriously. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. This kind of unparalleled holy technique was world-shocking, and even he felt a sense of danger. Bang! Yi Fan moved, turning into a strand of light that passed through, covering up the golden light. His palm blossomed with a clear splendor as it slammed down like a heavenly monument. A monument suppressing the world. Boom! Heaven overflowing divine power shook, and the flowers bloomed brilliantly. The brilliance of the world was displayed to the extreme at this moment. The primal chaos mist rushed out, and each strand could destroy a barbaric dragon. Dang, dang, Yi Fan barehandedly split the sky, clashing with the world of divine flowers and the primal chaos mist. Blinding light burst out. This was a holy physique. If it was someone else, it would be difficult to endure. This kind of small world's power could destroy any divine weapon, but Yi Fan received it all. Princess Chi smiled, and for a moment, all the flower petals were no longer beautiful. Her black hair swayed gently, and her jade-like arms spread out. She was ethereal and natural, as beautiful as an immortal. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and there was a great Tao charm about her. Bo, at this moment, hundreds and thousands of divine flowers bloomed, forming small worlds at the same time. This kind of power erupted, and even Yi Fan felt his scalp go numb. The unparalleled saint technique was truly shocking. He couldn't help but sigh with admiration in his heart. Heavenly Emperor Ruthless was the greatest throughout the ages, and the secret techniques he left behind in the world were merely limited, but every single one of them gave him a headache. Previously, there was Hua Yunfei. Now, there was Princess Chi. He had already acutely discovered that although the 3,000 small worlds and the flower blooming with a thought, the sovereign descends to the world were different, they had a similar charm. Could it be that Merciless had really transformed into the Southern Mountains' celestial arch? How many sacred arts did he leave behind in the Southern Mountains? If this was the case, then the ancient heavenly emperor truly left everyone shocked. His or her life was full of legends. As an emperor in the 5 great regions, just how many eras did he or she live? Yi Fan didn't believe in karma. But now, he discovered that he kept encountering Ruthless Great Emperor, and this made him feel a little apprehensive. Pop, the divine flower blossomed again and again. Hundreds to over 1,000 small worlds surrounded Yi Fan. The heavens trembled at the same time. There was actually world divine sound that penetrated downwards, blasting Yi Fan until he was greatly shaken. This is foreign divine sound. Yi Fan was greatly astonished. He felt like the sound of other worlds had flown over from beyond the heavens. One world after another was suppressing him. The heavens gathered together and immortal kings descended to the mortal world, wanting to obliterate him. At this moment, he was in a rare moment of peace. It was as if he was standing in a world of nothingness, allowing the wild geese to fly south. Time elapsed and the world grew old. His hands formed seals and struck out in all directions with an unchanging rhythm. He was immersed in a kind of Dao state. He used the battle saint technique to evolve his own Dao. He was inactive and tranquil. Nothing from the outside could move his heart. He was the only existence between heaven and earth. Pop, pop, his palm and the world were all shattered into pieces. They turned into fragmented divine flowers that danced in the air. These were not the small worlds that had evolved in the beginning. These were small worlds that were approaching perfection. Although they weren't large, they possessed a trace of heaven-opening power and were abnormally terrifying. If Yi Fan hadn't advanced to this state, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through. Unless he displayed all kinds of ultimate arts to the extreme and fought with his life on the line. However, it was different now. He was in a state of tranquility and comprehended the Tao in this life and death battle. Yi Fan didn't deliberately do anything and only attacked based on his instincts. He continuously deduced a type of great Tao, and his heart moved as he struck out without feeling anything. The spectators were astonished. No one understood better than them how terrifying those small worlds were after they approached perfection. It was enough to suppress the majority of the people here. Bang! Only after Yi Fan shattered the thousandth small world did he recover. His divine sense appeared in the real world and was no longer immersed in his own Tao state. Princess Qi stood alone in the center of the arena. Her black hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were beautiful. Her cheeks were like white jade, and her lips were bright red. When combined together, she was surrounded by divine flowers. It was as if she was standing on top of the immortal world. You do have some methods that exceeded my expectations. Although she was smiling and was even more beautiful than a flower, she was incomparably serious. She knew that she had encountered a great enemy. Yi Fan also didn't expect this. He originally thought that this calamitous hot pepper was only arrogant. He didn't expect her to be so powerful that even the saint children could only concede defeat. More importantly, this calamitous hot pepper was only at the second transformation of the dragon transformation, yet she was able to display such battle prowess. One had to know that he didn't feel any pressure when fighting against someone at the sixth transformation. If you lose, you really have to become my Longma. Princess Qi smiled like a flower and was extremely confident. If you lose, will you become my spiritual beast? Yi Fan's sharp senses caught onto a loophole. From the beginning to the end, this calamitous hot pepper didn't say what would happen if she lost. Boom! Princess Qi was like an immortal spirit. With a single thought, flowers bloomed. At this moment, all the immortal flowers bloomed. Resplendent and eternal, they became a dazzling color in the world that wouldn't fade. 3,000 divine flowers bloomed at the same time. Dense primal chaos surged, and the aura of creation was incomparably dense. Different from the beginning, this was the birth of a true small world. Each small world overflowed with a few strands of primal chaos, and when they converged together, it was already terrifying enough. Qi Huishui's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her jade-like arms were pure white and translucent, her waist was slender, and her pair of jade-like legs were perfectly straight. She danced with the heavenly wind, and divine splendor blossomed. At this moment, she was truly like a female immortal monarch standing at the center of the world. With a single thought, the heavens trembled and moved according to her command. The rotation of 3,000 small worlds was an extremely terrifying offensive saint technique. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's saint physique couldn't endure it. He fiercely resisted. He put away his contempt. The extraordinary warrior manor had gathered the talents of the 5 great regions, and there were all kinds of experts. Those people he had defeated before couldn't be considered anything, and they were definitely not outstanding people. But now, Even Princess Chi was already like this. One could well imagine how many hidden dragons and crouching tigers were in the extraordinary warrior manor. He clearly knew that there were definitely heaven-defying monsters inside. As for how powerful they were exactly, it was impossible to guess. Yi Fan did his best to fight against Princess Chi. He was surrounded by 3,000 small worlds and became the only point of attack between heaven and earth. Bang, bang, he retreated from the state of Tao comprehension just now, but he still remembered that feeling. He moved freely and continuously used the Battle Saint technique to defend against these small worlds. Chi. However, the most terrifying thing was that within these 3,000 small worlds, the primal chaos transformed into a sword that hacked down from time to time. This was not an illusory sword, but a true primal chaos sword. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan didn't dare to rashly face it head-on. Every time, his attacks would land on the back of the sword. Truly abnormal. Yi Fan cursed. The opponent's saint technique was too powerful. Forget about the 3,000 small worlds, there was even a primal chaos sword that contained the power of the world. If it was someone else instead of him, they would have already been killed a long time ago. Even so, he still felt the pressure. It was said that beauty and strength were inversely proportional, but this troublemaker was not one of them. Dang! Dang! Yi Fan's divine fists were invincible. He displayed all his strength, forcefully resisting the small worlds and the primal chaos sword, causing the power of the heavens to continuously collapse and tremble. The only thing that comforted him was that the Battle Saint technique was unparalleled. As long as he could comprehend the Tao, he could constantly evolve it and create even more powerful killing techniques. The battle symbol formula was endless, but everything depended on the user's own comprehension. Even if two people were to learn the battle symbol formula at the same time, their final results would be completely different. What kind of power this saint technique could display was completely dependent on their own comprehension. This was a door that connected to a different world. This was a supreme saint technique that probed the origin of battle. Only the strongest could walk towards and touch the ultimate realm. It would take a lifetime to study and comprehend. The more Yi Fan practiced the Battle Saint technique, the more he felt it. He displayed all the comprehensions he had in the Tao realm to the fullest, constantly shattering the small worlds. At the same time, he had exchanged countless blows with the primal chaos sword. Although he did not come into contact with the blade, it was enough to shock many people in the unique warrior manor. Yi Fan and Princess Chi fought from noon until the sun was about to set. They had fought for 2,000 rounds, and it could be considered a bitter battle. At this point, the expressions in many people's eyes changed. Before entering the unique warrior manor, they all knew that Princess Chi was a beauty that could bring about the downfall of a nation and cause suffering to the people. However, no one knew that she was so powerful that she could even cultivate a saint technique from the Southern Mountains' heavenly emperor. This shocked everyone. Moreover, people were quite curious about Yi Fan. He was indeed worthy of being the most powerful lord in the history of this wasteland. He was actually locked in a stalemate with such a heavenly beauty. Interesting. A tall man muttered to himself with his hands behind his back as he stared at the two people in the field. Beside him, the others were all aghast. They didn't know when he arrived and couldn't help but retreat. That was because they had already recognized that this was a monster. After the unique warrior manor closed their doors, he was the last one to arrive. He injured the gatekeeper at the 9th transformation with one strike and was chosen by the unique warrior manor as an exception. So powerful. In the distance, a little child that looked no older than 8 or 9 years old was standing quietly at the side. He was plump and fair with a ponytail that pointed upwards. This was a little monster at the age of 9, yet he had eliminated many people and successfully entered the unique warrior manor. His future achievements were limitless. On the other side, a man was silent with disheveled hair and half of his face covered. He looked mysterious and indifferent. Everyone retreated to create a space for him. Everyone had a deep impression of him. This was a heaven-defying monster. When the unique warrior manor opened, he arrived on the second day and killed a king physique with a single slap. This shocked several powerhouses in the manor to come see him in person. On the other side, there was a barbarian dressed in beast skin. He carried a wolf-tooth club and was smiling foolishly. He looked harmless, but it also made people's hair stand on end. This person only arrived after the unique warrior manor closed and used his barbaric holy force to shatter a powerhouse's palm. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. These few people were not the only monsters in the unique warrior manor. There were also those arrogant characters who entered the manor through tribulation. A portion of the monsters also came to watch the battle, which shocked many people. It's time to end this. When the battle reached 2,500 moves, the sunset dyed the sky red. Wuxia let out a light shout and decided to end the battle. An endless rain of flowers sprinkled down. Wuxia's entire body was sparkling and translucent like a fairy. She stretched out her body and was perfect to the extreme. The 3,000 small worlds once again turned into a brilliant divine flower and revolved around her. She was flawless and a mark blossomed between her brows. Splendid light shot out in all directions. She held the primal chaos sword in her hand and looked down on the world. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was shocked at the rapid increase in Wuxia's aura, and even more shocked at the terror of this holy technique. From this, he caught a glimpse of ruthless celestial emperor's past glory. Could it be that with a single thought, the 3,000 great worlds would all listen to his command? And it must be known that this was only one of his unparalleled holy techniques. Only heaven knew what kind of world-shaking absolute arts the other secret tomes had. Kill. Wuxia, a woman who could turn all living things upside down, spat out such a word from her cherry lips. She had a different kind of charm to her. Her killing intent was like a ray of light and was incomparably terrifying. Boom! The 3,000 divine flowers bloomed and combined into one, transforming into a single small world. At the same time, the mark between her brows rushed out and shot into the small world. The flowers opened and the world opened. There was no way, no thought, no spirit. Yi Fan was unknowingly sucked in an instant. In this small world, heaven and earth were silent and the rain of flowers stopped. Everything was fixed in midair. Only he and Wuxia stood facing each other. Without a doubt, Wuxia was the ruler of this world. With a single thought, she could control everything and control the cycle of life and death. This is a true and perfect small world that I control. In this place, I am a god. If you lose, you have to become my Longma. Wuxia smiled. She was exceptionally beautiful and moving. With the primal chaos sword in her hand, her style was peerless. Then if you lose, will you become my spirit beast? Yi Fan looked at her from the corner of his eyes. With just this one sentence, Wuxia's expression immediately sank. She raised her sword and chopped down. The small world that had been imprisoned was instantly revived, and all the divine power was at her disposal. Yi Fan also moved. He raised his battle prowess to the extreme realm. There was no way for him to hold back. He discovered that every time he encountered anything related to ruthless, he would feel a great threat. Boom! Yi Fan executed the battle saint technique and bombarded this small world, wanting to destroy it. At the same time, he executed the Rho formula and attacked Wuxia as fast as a ray of light. This was a world-shaking battle, but it was a pity that the people in the outside world could not see it. This was an independent small world that was isolated from everything. Heavenly stillness. Wuxia lightly shouted. She wanted to freeze everything in this world and stop time and space. However, Yi Fan secretly unleashed all of his visions. Although they did not appear, their effects were invisibly manifested, and it was impossible to stop her. Chi! The primal chaos sword slashed over. This was the most terrifying attack in this small world. Yi Fan only struck the side of her body every time and did not attack with full force. Heavenly Dao suppression. Wuxia shouted again. You can't suppress me. Yi Fan let out a long roar. His body moved, and all kinds of absolute arts were unleashed to bombard the small world. Boom! The secret of all was activated, and his battle prowess increased by 10 times. He finally broke open the cage of this small world. At the same time, he executed the Rho formula and executed the Battle Saint technique. He was like a deity that emitted precious splendor as he rushed over. Peng, peng, Yi Fan continuously clashed with the primal chaos sword, and after clashing head-on, he finally managed to send it flying. The small world collapsed, and he was like a ray of immortal light as he wreaked havoc in all directions. Boom! In the outside world, everyone was shocked. That small world collapsed, and 2 figures rushed out one after the other. Swoosh! However, they immediately merged into one. Yi Fan had captured Qi Huishui. One of his hands was wrapped around her slender waist, while the other was pressed against her snow-white and beautiful swan-like neck. Chapter 562. Yi Fan's left hand wrapped around her small waist, and his right hand pressed against her sparkling white and beautiful neck. With just a light slash, a perfect head would fall off. At this moment, even the sounds of falling leaves could be heard. The world was extremely quiet. Everyone was staring at them, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Princess Qi had just displayed an unmatched divine technique, stunning the world and extraordinary. How many people dared to face her head-on? However, she was defeated, and moreover completely captured. Princess Qi's face was red. She was so angry that her immortal body was trembling slightly, but she couldn't say anything. With the appearance of the 3,000 small worlds, who could contend against her? She was invincible in the southern mountains range, yet she was defeated in the hands of an unknown little suzerain. She was angry and vexed. You've lost. Are you willing to admit your defeat? Yi Fan captured her. The two were so close, and her fragrance could be smelled. Her beautiful hair fluttered about, touching his nose. It was extremely ticklish. Princess Qi could be called a calamity because she was naturally soft and beautiful. The jade hairpin on her head had long tassels hanging down, and the pearls and jade intertwined with gold, flowing with brilliant colors. A single frown or smile could bring chaos to the world. This jade body was trembling from anger. Her ivory-like skin flickered with luster, and her body fragrance wafted over. She wanted to struggle, but she was afraid that her beautiful head would fall to the ground. It's best if you don't move randomly, or else I might accidentally injure you. Yi Fan's words were calm, but there was a type of intimidation that made her stop. What do you want? Princess Qi asked. I'm willing to admit my defeat. We've already made an agreement before. Yi Fan laughed. Hua. In the distance, the spectators were all in an uproar. This little suzerain was truly daring. Could it be that he really wanted Princess Qi to be his spiritual beast? Not to mention the chili pepper core, even the others in the southern mountains range wouldn't agree. This woman had quite a lot of connections in the southern mountains range. According to the agreement, I don't recall agreeing to anything. I only said that you would be my Longma if you lost, but I did not agree to the latter half of the conditions. Qi Huishui was shameless, but he had a point. How could there be such an easy thing? Since you've acknowledged the agreement, then regardless of whether you said the second condition or not, it would still have the same effect. Yi Fan smiled. A finger slid across her snow-white neck, and light flickered. Don't move. Qi Huishui was furious. This was the first time in her life that she had been held hostage by someone. She was standing so close to a man. Her black eyebrows furrowed, and she really wanted to bite someone. Don't act recklessly. Let go of the princess. In the distance, Qi Huishui's servants were all dumbfounded. Their master had been captured, causing them to feel uneasy in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. You guys are really noisy. Yi Fan glanced at them, not caring at all. What do you want to do in order to let go of Princess Qi? A man walked out from the Qishir mansion. He looked very powerful. When it's possible to let someone off, one should spare them. The outcome has already been decided. Let go of the princess, another person stepped forward and said. If I had lost just now, what would be the result now? Yi Fan said with a smile. This. Everyone was speechless. According to Qi Huishui's personality, she would definitely make him become Longma. There was no way she would let go of him. Isn't that right? If you admit defeat, then accept defeat. From today onwards, she is my woman. Yi Fan's words caused a commotion. This little lord was too daring. He even dared to take away a person like Qi Huishui. Was he not afraid of attracting a great disaster? This was not an ordinary princess. She was the pearl of the southern mountains range. Her background was terrifying. You, let go of me. I didn't promise you anything. I didn't say what would happen if I lost. Qi Huishui quibbled. She did not want to admit defeat at all. It's useless even if you act shamelessly. Yi Fan ignored her. He sealed her body and brought her back to Lu City. Behind them, more than 100 people were dumbfounded. This time, they came to watch the battle. They all thought that this little lord would suffer a great loss. They did not expect that Qi Huishui would be captured just like that. Moreover, she was kidnapped in such an arrogant manner. Stop. Let go of the princess. Many people went up to stop Yi Fan. If they let him take away the pearl of the southern mountains range, these flower protectors might as well kill themselves. Everyone was sneering. What? Do you guys want to bet with me as well? Yi Fan glanced at them, one of his hands moving along that swan-like beautiful neck. Once it landed, the corpse would be separated from its body. Don't act recklessly. We will give you sufficient compensation as long as you let go of the princess. One of them shouted. All right, no problem. Go and prepare a few jars of dragon marrow for me. I will come to Lu City to ransom her. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he rushed out like a ray of light. You, stop. A group of people chased after him. How could they let him go like this? They were afraid that he would act recklessly. Princess Qi's reputation was too great. She had a stunning appearance. They were worried that she would be kidnapped by this top-quality lord. City Lord, you're back. The soldiers in Lu City were terrified. There were so many people chasing after their lord, and they were all flying through the air. It made their hair stand on end. Go and boil the cauldron. The first thing Yi Fan did when he returned was give this order. Yi Zhou, what are you doing? Beauty Qi was shocked. I'm going to kill a spirit beast and eat its meat. Yi Fan replied indifferently. I'm going to kill you. Princess Qi was furious, but she couldn't move at all. Yi, don't act recklessly. I'll give you a real spirit beast. Hurry up and let go of the princess, someone shouted from behind. You mean to say that Princess Qi is worth the same as a spirit beast? Yi Fan asked. That's not what I meant. If you want to eat spirit beasts, I'll give you one. Don't act recklessly. How can it compare to Beauty Qi's soft skin and tender flesh? Yi Fan laughed. You're the one who's a calamity. Princess Qi opened her mouth and bit. Everyone in the back was dizzy. Even though they knew that Yi Fan was joking and wasn't telling the truth, they were still a bit scared. They really didn't think of Princess Qi as the pearl of Nanling City. Seal the city. The second thing Yi Fan did when he returned to the city was to activate the ancient city's formation runes. Strands of laws interweaved and formed a light screen that sealed the entire city below. More than 10 people rushed up to attack the city, but not a single one could enter. 2 of them were almost cut down by the sword light that shot up from the city walls. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a small city had a Holy Lord-level formation runes. It was truly strange. They weren't Yi Fan, and they didn't have the Rho formula. They couldn't attack the city at all, and they almost injured themselves. You're challenging my dignity as a lord. Don't blame me for being impolite if you come to my territory to cause trouble. Yi Fan moved a chair and sat on the city wall, smiling at them. Let the princess out. Can't you talk about something else? She's currently my captive. If you want to save her, prepare dozens of jars of dragon marrow. Are you trying to trick us? A jar of dragon marrow is hard to find, and dozens of jars? Those people clenched their teeth. Brother, help me blast open the city gates. I'll reward you handsomely. A person walked up to the barbarian in beast skin and begged. The disheveled young man who had killed the king physique with a single slap, the 9-year-old child, and the barbarian with the wolf tooth club. It was impossible not to notice them. Yi Fan had seen them long ago. He secretly estimated that they were most likely monsters with heaven-defying methods. I don't know you, and I have no enmity with him. The barbarian scratched his head and said honestly. He picked up the wolf tooth club and walked back, saying, I'm going back. In the end, more than 100 people retreated, leaving only a dozen people behind. Yi Fan directly took out his bow and began to shoot. Damn it, he killed my David's deer. Surnamed Yi, return my white tiger. The dozen people were furious. The arrows shot by Yi Fan were as heavy as 10,000 caddies. They could even pierce through a mountain, let alone their mounts. The 3 strange beasts fell in response. What was even more excessive was that Yi Fan rushed out of the city and snatched the 3 huge beasts back. He set up a big iron pot on the city wall and began to stew meat. This lord is truly outrageous. He's starting to eat spirit beasts again. These people were driven mad, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't rush in at all. After 2 days, the dozen people found out that the 8 mounts had been captured by that top-quality lord and were really cooked. They were seething with anger. Only when 3 people were knocked down by Yi Fan and carried into the city did the others' faces turn green. They didn't have the slightest bit of temper and retreated. This time, more than half of the people in the Qishir Manor knew about this matter. They were all speechless. There was actually such a lord next to them. He actually kidnapped the Pearl of the Southern Mountains. How much courage did he need? Didn't a few evildoers appear in the Southern Mountains? Why didn't anyone rescue them? The evildoers of the Southern Mountains are all in seclusion. They still don't know the news. When they come out, there will definitely be great waves. In Lu's city, Yi Fan had a smile on his face as he invited a group of soldiers to drink and eat meat. The fragrance of the spirit beast's bone soup wafted in the air not far away. Qi Haoshui almost fainted. This barbarian must have eaten her longma like this. She felt the roots of her teeth aching, but there was nothing she could do. At this moment, even she was captured. Haoshui, come over and pour some wine. Be my maid for a month and I will naturally let you go. Yi Fan shook the wine pot and said. Dream on. Qi Haoshui was extremely angry, but she had a different kind of charm that bewitched people's minds. At the side, the soldiers' eyes almost popped out. One of them said, Sir, the city lord's manor doesn't have a matriarch yet. This one is not bad. Yes, she is very compatible with Sir. The group of soldiers were drunk to the point that their eyes were hazy. They spoke without any fear. Surnamed Yi, hurry up and let me go. I will give you enough benefits. Qi Haoshui was a little afraid. Actually, I am quite interested in your 3,000 small worlds. Why don't you teach me? Yi Fan laughed. That's impossible. Qi Haoshui sternly refused. Even if she was killed, she would not pass down such a secret technique. Then there's no other way. You can only be my maid for a month. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. Yi Fan sealed her cultivation and ordered her to pour tea. If you let me go, I will tell you the secret of an immortal manor. Qi Haoshui said. If there really was such an immortal burial ground, would you leave it for me? You would have gone there long ago. Yi Fan lightly laughed. This immortal manor has just been deduced by others. No one has entered it yet. Now, all the major powers are working hard. The outstanding disciples of the unique scholar manor have the opportunity to go there and try their luck. If you let me go, you will obtain this opportunity. Qi Haoshui said. Yi Fan shook his head and said, there are no substantial benefits at all. If I go, I might even die inside. You have no idea what kind of opportunity that is. Maybe there will be ancient scriptures or even holy weapons appearing. That place is related to the secrets of the immortal domain. Qi Haoshui's eyes revealed a strange splendor. Oh, really? Yi Fan walked over and lifted her chin. In a teasing tone, he said, "Why do I feel like you are trying to harm me? Are you trying to lead me into a pit of fire?" Qi Haoshui opened her mouth and bit down. She missed and tilted her head. Believe it or not, this is the best opportunity to explore the secrets of the immortal domain. Chapter 563. Whether the immortal domain exists or not, even the immemorial emperor and the great emperor of the human race could not say for sure and could not enter. How could a mere immortal residence reveal its secrets? This is a immortal domain. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, I believe it, Qi Haoshui said calmly. You believe. Yi Fan immediately gave her a knock, leaving a mark on her smooth forehead. Yi, you dare to make a move against me? Qi Haoshui finally exploded. Although her cultivation was sealed, her movements were not restricted. At this moment, she did not have any divine power, but she still made a move. Her left arm was as white as a lotus root. Her palm and fingers were like knives as they cut towards Yi Fan's neck. Then, her right leg spun, long and slender, smooth and smooth. Her clothes could not hide it as she spun and kicked towards Yi Fan's head. Her slender waist twisted, perfectly round and strong. She was like a water snake swimming, agile, gentle and swift. Bang! Yi Fan did not dodge her left hand. He allowed it to land on his neck and did not move an inch. Qi Haoshui frowned slightly. She was in so much pain that she kept swinging her hand. Her slender jade-like fingers had turned red, as if she had struck a boulder. As for her slender right leg, it kicked empty air. Yi Fan did not want to have dirt on his forehead, so he took a step back and grabbed her smooth ankle, lifting it up. You, let go! Qi Haoshui screamed. Her face was crimson and her dress could not cover her snow-white slender legs. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as her hair danced in the wind. Bang! Yi Fan swung his hand and she flew out agilely. She sat on the rattan chair and said, "Let me go, or else," clatter. Qi Haoshui's unruly nature came out and she smashed everything she saw. Finally, with a clang, she hit a bronze lion. She squatted down in pain and kept swinging her hand. If you have the strength, then go ahead. If you can't, I'll bring you a pile of sandbags, Yi Fan said with a smile. The one with the surname Yi, how could you treat me like this? Qi Haoshui did not continue speaking. Her beautiful eyes shot out a murderous light. Although she was furious, she did not dare to be too ruthless. Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He directly searched his body and took out a bottle from his sea of reincarnation. There was a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine, a Holy Lord-level weapon, and even a copper token. Is there really an immortal mansion? He was very surprised. The bronze token should be the immortal mansion entry token that Princess Qi mentioned. The disciples of the unique scholar manor could all go and try their luck at immortal fate, but no one was given such a bronze token. It seemed to be very particular. Sir Lord, it's bad. As soon as Yi Fan arrived at the desolate hut, a villager ran to him in panic and reported the situation. What happened? Just like the seniors said, ancient scholar tree forest released murderous cries. The villagers were trembling with fear, all of their faces pale. There was such a thing? Did it happen in the past? Yi Fan was shocked. He arrived at the side of the ancient pagoda tree forest. The old trees were dry and withered, and many of their trunks had become hollow holes. However, they were still stubbornly alive, lying there like numerous dragons. Yi Fan approached and listened carefully, but he didn't hear any sound. There was only the rustling of branches and leaves, as well as the cool ground. He looked at the villagers with a puzzled expression. Immediately, someone came forward with a snow-white face and said in a soft voice, "You can hear it if you stick your ear to it." There's such a thing? Yi Fan was suspicious. It was clearly just a stretch of old trees. Even if they had become spirits, it shouldn't be like this, right? But in the next quarter of an hour, when he listened attentively, his body suddenly trembled. He revealed an expression of disbelief and took several large steps back. The old trees were dry and cracked, one after another. It was said that they had existed for more than 100,000 years and had never changed. The villagers called them holy trees because they never lost a single leaf. At this time, Yi Fan was really shocked. Heaven-shaking murderous cries came from the tree trunks. It was as if an ancient battlefield was right in front of him. People were shouting, horses neighing, and the light of blades and shadows of swords could be seen. Hong long long. When he stuck his ear to the tree trunk, he could even feel the vibrations. There were over 10,000 war horses rushing over, causing the earth to rumble as they trampled on it. Yi Fan was very excited. He came here precisely for the desolate hut, but he couldn't find the way. He never would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur in these few days. Are there any detailed legends about these ancient trees? He wanted to understand more. The ancestors only gave us a rough idea. They said that when the gate to the immortal realm opens, a divine sound will be transmitted. We shouldn't rashly approach, or else we might accidentally enter. The oldest elder said. Yi Fan felt that this was very mysterious. He wandered around the ancient forest for half the night, but he didn't dare to comprehend the Tao here. This was an extraordinary time, and he feared that he would immediately pass away. For the next 2 days, he pondered in the locust tree forest, wanting to find out the truth. When he stuck his ear to the tree trunk, not only did he hear the sounds of the ancient battlefield, but he also heard the cries of dragons and phoenixes. He was so shocked that his eyes widened. I'm mistaken. It must be a flood dragon, Luan, or Qilin beast. He didn't believe that there were immortal spirits in this world. Hong. Then, he heard the sound of a great flood. There was the roar of a great sea, and waves rushed into the heavens. This is strange. How can these sacred trees have this kind of sound? Yi Fan was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. He stayed here for the next few days, wanting to understand what was going on. However, the more impatient he was, the more he couldn't do anything. On the 6th day, when he was lying on the thickest locust tree at the center of the forest and listening attentively, a soul roar almost shook him to the point of collapse. Undying Heavenly Emperor, this wasn't any kind of language, but rather a type of divine will. It was as if it passed through the endless ages and traveled for millions and millions of years. It was as if it passed through a star domain and reappeared in this world. How powerful was Yi Fan's divine sense? However, under the aftermath of this Tao sound divine will, his face became incomparably pale. The golden lake between his brows rushed out with dazzling splendor and almost scattered. Who is this person calling the undying Heavenly Emperor? His heart was incomparably shaken. This wasn't the first time he heard these words. Even the ancient kings had to prostrate themselves in worship and view him as an existence that surpassed deities. Yi Fan finally understood why the ancient great emperor built a hut here in his later years. This place was too extraordinary, and there must be some secret. It's not that the human race great emperor wanted to enjoy his old age here, but rather, he discovered some mysteries. He made such a conjecture. On the 7th day, he stood in front of the shortest ancient tree at the edge and listened attentively. He was dumbstruck because he actually heard the 3 words, Qishir manner, transmitted by a divine will. A ray of light flashed past Yi Fan's heart. In an instant, his thoughts scattered. He turned around and returned to Lu City. He took out a vase, opened the seal, and let Qi Huashui out. Surnamed Yi, you actually dare to seal me for 7 days. I'll fight you to the death. Qi Huashui's peerless immortal face was filled with anger. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He risked his life just like a hot pepper. If you dare to move recklessly again, you will automatically be promoted from a maid to a servant girl. Yi Fan's face did not even blush as he threatened. Thump, 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 Qi Huashui was truly frightened. He retreated more than 10 steps and his hand touched his towering chest. He was not calm at all. On his jade-like face, a trace of anger could be seen in his pair of intelligent eyes. However, he did not dare to be ruthless. You should have behaved yourself earlier. Go and pour some tea. Yi Fan instructed. In your dreams. You really are a hot pepper. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me in detail about the situation of that immortal residence. Yi Fan said without much care. You want to go in? Qi Huashui's eyes lit up. Don't worry so much. Just tell me in detail. Yi Fan sipped his tea and listened attentively. He was quite surprised. The immortal residence was located in an ancient mountain range. It was said to be related to the immortal domain. It was filled with ancient secrets and there were many unknown secrets. According to the speculations of the almighty experts of the unique scholar manor, there was a high possibility that there were traces of ancient emperors. It was a mysterious and unfathomable place. Is the ancient pagoda forest related to that immortal residence? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He did not waste any time and flew towards the ancient immortal vein. This was the first time he got close to the unique scholar manor since he arrived here. This mountain range was filled with auspicious qi. After activating his divine eyes, he could clearly see tens of thousands of large purple dragons coiling around. It was extremely astonishing. At this place, there were strange rocks on the Pill Cliff. Qilin beasts lay alone and luans danced in the sky. Dense purple qi filled the air. Spirit medicines grew on the precipice and immortal mushrooms grew beside the ancient trees. No matter how one looked at it, it was a divine land. It made people feel as if they had entered the immortal world. The mountain range was different from the rest and was extremely mystical. Immortal mushrooms, spirit springs, longevity deer, ancient cliffs. It was like a scene from a painting. There was a scenery every 10 steps in this mountain range. It was a gathering of divine elegance and there was no lack of magnificence. Yi Fan did not disturb the spirit birds and rare beasts, nor did he rashly approach the unique scholar manor. This was because this place was too unusual. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might be discovered. He did not want to be captured. Pang Bo might be inside. Yi Fan pondered. He came here not only for the desolate hut, but also to find an old friend. Soon, he understood the situation. The unique scholar manor had sealed off the mountain and no one was allowed to enter. He finally understood why no one went to Lu's city to find trouble with him. The immortal residence was of great importance. After the unique scholar manor discussed with a few great powers, they did not want news of it to leak out too early. They were preparing to open this cave together. Yi Fan stopped several tens of li away and gazed at the distant unique scholar manor. Under the bright sky, there was actually purple smoke rising like a soaring dragon. I can see it even without using my divine eyes. This place is unfathomably deep and filled with immortal energy. 10,000 dragons soared into the sky and seized the mysteries of the heaven and earth. Yi Fan guarded for several days and finally discovered a mystery. The immortal residence had opened and it was in the back mountain of the unique scholar manor. The divine energy there could not be blocked and the great formation could not seal it. Immortal cave. He coveted it, but he could not enter at all. There were supreme existences guarding it, and it was not as simple as 4 or 5 people. They had completely sealed off the area. It was said to be an immortal cave, but the elites of the unique scholar manor continuously entered without the slightest feeling of congestion. It was unknown just how vast it was. Yi Fan was 67 li away. He used his divine eyes to observe for several days. There were people coming in and out continuously, especially the disciples of the unique scholar manor. More than 700 of them were all moving. During these days, there were people who were injured and had to retreat from time to time. There were even corpses that were carried back. He was very shocked. During this period, there were also supreme existences who staggered out with heavy injuries and were on the verge of death. This immortal residence is not ordinary. So many people went there to try their luck and it became their training ground. Even a Holy Lord-level character almost died inside. Yi Fan was quite moved, but he had no way to go over. This was the first time he regretted not joining the unique scholar manor. He actually missed such an opportunity. He guarded outside for 7 to 8 days and discovered that almost everyone had left. However, after 3 days, after a period of rest, these people started to try their luck again. Could it really be an immortal burial ground? Unfortunately, I have no way to enter. Even though he had grasped the row formula, he still had no way to break through the defense of those supreme existences. Yi Fan sighed and returned to the desolate hut. He thought of another way in the ancient village. Every day, he would wander around those ancient trees. The villagers were alarmed. Someone advised, "Little brother city lord, don't go near when the sacred trees let out divine sounds. Otherwise, you will be devoured." His heart was moved and he asked, "How can I be devoured?" During special times, those tree holes are connected to the immortal world. The oldest old man in the village told him a secret not known to others. Yi Fan decided to take the risk. While there was no one around, he gritted his teeth and arrived in front of an ancient tree. He reached his hand into the hollow tree hole. Power of space. He was shocked and confirmed his guess. He placed his ear on the tree trunk and heard many voices. Among them, there were even some young people shouting. Disciples of the unique scholar manor. This time, he was certain in his heart. He was no longer worried and decided to take the risk. Swoosh! When Yi Fan took the risk and entered an ancient tree hole, a ripple appeared where he was standing. Then, he disappeared into thin air, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, the villagers didn't discover anything. Otherwise, they would have shouted that the city lord had passed away in meditation and was devoured by the immortal world. In this short moment, Yi Fan felt as if he had experienced 10,000 years. He was truly afraid that there would be a mistake and he would disappear into nothingness. Endless darkness would envelop him, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to see the light again. This is, that immortal mansion? He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The scene in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. This was not a dark underground world, nor was it the belly of a mountain. It was extremely bright. The blue sky was clear without a trace of impurity. It was as if a huge sapphire was inverted on top of it. Squawk! A huge bird flew across the sky. In a flash, it actually blocked the sun. The feathers on its body were flowing with 5-colored splendor, casting a large shadow on the ground. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with shock. How big was this bird? It was like a huge cloud, covering the sky and covering the earth. There's more than one. He was truly shocked. In the distant horizon, there were similar clouds, but the species was completely different. Boom! In the distance, the heaven and earth trembled. A mountain ridge flew up and rushed towards the horizon, emitting an endless murderous aura. How can a mountain ridge move? At first, Yi Fan was still baffled, but soon, he revealed a horrified expression. How was this a mountain ridge? It was clearly a huge green snake. It was unknown how many years it had been in slumber. Its body was covered in mud, and many ancient trees had grown from it. It rushed high up into the sky and fought with that cloud-like bird. Snake scales swirled about, colorful feathers fluttered down, and blood poured down. The battle was incomparably bitter. Heavens, what kind of world is this? This kind of primordial vicious beast still exists, and fighting like this seems to be a very normal thing. Yi Fan's heart was fluctuating up and down. Could this be that immortal mansion? It was clearly a world, and it had nothing to do with the immortal mansion. In the distance, ancient trees towered into the sky. The mountains and rivers were primitive, and the old vines were like dragons. The mountains were majestic, and the rivers were magnificent. It was a scene from ancient times. Ah, a human's miserable cry came from the mountain range. Yi Fan turned into a shadow and rushed over. He saw a young man die miserably in the mouth of a flood dragon. He was bitten into two and sunk into the deep pond. Be careful, don't wander around. Several hundred zhang away from the deep pond, someone loudly transmitted his voice, and a few more young people appeared. The disciples of Qishir Manor. Yi Fan's brows jumped. He finally confirmed that this was that immortal mansion without a doubt. It was actually like a real world. This is a primordial world. Although there are peerless immortal treasures and even ancient scriptures of great emperors, it is also full of danger. In the depths ahead, even supreme experts have fallen. We must be careful. Chapter 564. Guwu, a bird's cry shook the mountains as a golden figure streaked across the sky, shattering a mountain peak in the distance. He grabbed a 20-meter-long desolate ancient elephant and flew back, landing on a cliff. There was a huge bird nest over a dozen zhang in size there. It occupied the entire cliff and was made of purple maple wood. The fragrance of maple wafted over, and a faint purple light shone from it. A gigantic lightning king bird was incomparably majestic. Its entire body was flowing with dazzling golden light. It was currently tearing apart that 20-meter-long desolate elephant, causing it to be drenched in blood. Large chunks of flesh were torn off as it nurtured its young birds. Each and every lightning king was almost 10 meters long, and golden light flickered about their bodies. That cliff had long been dyed dark red and soaked with bloodstains. It seemed like it had been here for quite some time. Yi Fan was speechless. This was truly a primitive world, and the scene he saw was extremely terrifying. This lightning king bird had long been extinct in the real world, and only a few of its descendants were left. However, they still existed in this world. Even the supreme elders of the Holy Lands would have to take a detour if they saw such a strange bird. They simply wouldn't dare to provoke it. The reason why Yi Fan stopped was because he discovered that there were some engravings on the cliff. Although they were ancient, they could still be vaguely seen. He wanted to examine them thoroughly. A sword art. He was astonished. This was an incomplete sword art. It seemed like an expert had meditated here in the past and carved down some momentary comprehension. Although it was very messy, it was still endlessly enlightening. This bird nest has blocked a large portion of it. Yi Fan was somewhat regretful. The purple maple bird nests filled the entire cliff, and it seemed like they had existed for many years. There were many bloodstains on the cliff, and they were all splattered by the Lightning King's food. Could it be that there are still people in this world? He muttered to himself. Yi Fan waited in the distance for a long time. Only when the Lightning King was far away did he approach the cliff and carefully observe the stone engravings. This was the handwriting of an expert, and they were all ancient techniques. The cliff was dark, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Lightning curled around the bird nests, and the few young birds were extremely vigilant as they continuously chirped at him. Yi Fan did not pay any attention to it. He had just arrived at this place and was already attracted by it. This kind of experience left behind from comprehending the Tao was extremely valuable to someone who was trying to break through. The incomplete sword technique was very profound, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he focused on comprehending those comprehensions. His heart was empty, and there were actually signs of merging into the Tao realm. Croak, a small lightning monarch shouted. It opened its mouth and spat out a lightning bolt that was as thick as a water tank. It contained the power of tribulation lightning of the 5 elements. Yi Fan jumped in fright and dodged to the side. These were just a few hatchlings, yet they could already release a few strands of the might of heavenly tribulation. This was beyond his expectations, but he didn't think too much about it. He circled around the cliff and continued to observe. In the end, he even lifted up the bird's nest, which was over 100 feet tall, and looked at the words carved on the cliff. He carefully studied them, and his heart was filled with many insights. This is really a treasure land. If I can find more places like this, I might even be able to advance to the Dragon Transformation secret realm. Yi Fan had already reached the peak of the 4 extremes and entered the Dragon Transformation secret realm. It was very likely that it would happen at any moment. What he lacked now was an opportunity. He didn't stay here for long, because the Lightning Monarch could return at any time. After memorizing those comprehensions, he flew to a distant mountain peak and sat down cross-legged to silently comprehend them. There's a bird's nest in front. It's shining with golden light, and it's clearly a top-grade mutated bird. Let's go take a look. Who knows, we might be able to capture a hatchling and bring it back to tame. That's the legendary lightning monarch. This is a primordial vicious bird that could fight against the flood dragon king. A group of youngsters flew over, and all of them revealed curious expressions. They flew towards the ancient nest on the stone cliff. Every single one of them was very powerful, and they were all elites of the 5 great regions. Each of them had their own legends. There's also the sword technique. In the past, there was an expert sitting in seclusion here. They discovered the stone inscriptions, and all of them revealed strange expressions. They quickly flew forward and began to earnestly study them. Every single one of them was very focused. As expected of an ancient immortal residence. Even a desolate cliff has a very profound ancient book. If we continue forward, there will definitely be even greater harvests. These people were all imprinting those ancient methods in their memories. They wanted to go back and properly comprehend them. There are a total of 4 young lightning monarchs. Let's capture them first and discuss how to divide them when we return. Someone suggested. The others nodded in agreement and moved together. However, at this time, a long cry rang out from the distant sky. Half of the sky was illuminated by a dazzling golden radiance as a giant bird flew back. A bolt of golden lightning that was as thick as a mountain ridge directly struck over. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Ah, a young disciple from the unique scholar manor cried out. He turned into ashes on the spot, and nothing was left behind. Yi Fan was astonished. This kind of lightning was comparable to a heavenly tribulation. No wonder this bird would become a terrifying mutated bird once it matured. It could even suppress the supreme elders of the various holy lands. Kacha. Another mountain ridge flew over. That's right, the lightning was too huge, and it was no different from the size of a mountain ridge. It filled the void and destroyed everything. Ah, another miserable cry rang out. A beautiful woman also couldn't escape this calamity. Her body and soul were destroyed on the spot. The others quickly fled, but how could they be faster than the lightning monarch? Not only was it a lightning divine bird, but it also possessed a speed close to that of lightning. Swish! Someone brought out the mysterious jade platform and crossed the void to flee the scene. The other 3 fled in different directions. The lightning monarch chased after them relentlessly. He turned into a raging golden divine flame, and even the horizon was scorched by the lightning. Shouts came from the distant sky. Several elders rode their swords over and fought against the lightning monarch. However, they couldn't gain the upper hand at all and seemed to be on the verge of defeat. They retreated while fighting, and their entire bodies were charred black by the lightning. Even half-step powerhouses can't do it. Yi Fan was astonished. Then, he turned around and left, entering the depths of the mountain range in search of other opportunities. Roar! A ferocious tiger roared. A flock of wild geese in the sky were shaken down, letting out mournful cries. Yi Fan was astonished. At this moment, he was already 100 miles away. He saw a black tiger with a body as black as ink. It was dozens of meters long and roaring at the sky. The mountain under its feet was shaken and cracked. A primordial divine tiger that can rival powerhouses. After taking a closer look, his heart trembled. This was a primordial mutant that had cultivated for more than 2 years. Its blood energy was exceptionally powerful, and just by standing there, its terrifying might made all the beasts within a radius of dozens of miles kneel on the ground. It was definitely comparable to a demon king, but it hadn't transformed into a human form. This was a primordial beast king, and no one was willing to fight against it. Roar! It opened its bloody mouth and shot out a black light several miles long. It fell into a deep pond on another mountain and immediately captured a flood dragon that was more than 300 meters long. As soon as this flood dragon came out of the pond, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Violent gales kicked up and sand and stones flew everywhere. It was obvious that this was an extraordinary beast king. This flood dragon is so powerful that people at the 9th transformation of dragon transformation would definitely not be able to get close. They would definitely die if they went up. Yi Fan was apprehensive. This was a strange beast with a profound cultivation. However, what shocked him was that the black tiger opened its mouth and sucked. It pulled the flood dragon to its eyes from several miles away and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! The primordial mutant divine tiger used too much force and sucked over the mountain peak where the deep pond was located. It swallowed half of it in one gulp. This black divine tiger is too powerful. Even a holy master might not be able to capture it. It's hard to say who will live and who will die. Yi Fan quietly retreated. He didn't want to provoke such a powerful mutant king. This was a primordial world, and he saw many strange beasts that should have gone extinct long ago. They were all primordial kings. He didn't retreat too far before he was attracted by a mountain peak. Not a single blade of grass grew here, and it was dry and clean like a huge piece of black jade. This place was very quiet without any birds or beasts. It was as if it was a life-forbidden zone. Other birds and beasts didn't dare to approach. It was like the dwelling place of a savage beast king. Don't tell me this is the dwelling place of that divine tiger? Yi Fan walked over. As soon as he approached the barren inked jade mountain, he was shocked. There were quite a few ancient characters carved on its surface, with iron hooks and silver strokes. Divine treasury. He immediately became excited. This was the carving of a peerless expert, and it recorded the derivation of some secret techniques. Yi Fan carefully studied it and discovered 3 types of supreme magical seals. This made him overjoyed. These were 3 extremely profound ancient secret techniques, and it was difficult to explain their origins. The Embracing Mountain Seal, Human King Seal, and Heaven Overturning Seal were a combination. They were very imposing names, representing the 3 seals of heaven, earth, and man. They were incomparably complex and difficult to fathom. Among them, Yi Fan had learned the Embracing Mountain Seal before, but compared to this place, it was too shallow. It couldn't even be considered a secret technique, and it was far from reaching the realm of perfection. The Human King Seal and Heaven Overturning Seal were both ancient secret techniques. They inherited the Embracing Mountain Seal and became one. They were extremely mysterious and were definitely rare saint techniques in this world. There were also other secret techniques derived on the stone wall, but they were all very messy. Only these 3 were complete, and they were the most profound. They immediately attracted Yi Fan's attention. He sat cross-legged in front of the black precipice without moving. He carefully comprehended them and used the Battle Saint technique to silently derive the 3 ancient techniques, turning them into his own unique supreme divine technique. Auho, a tiger's roar shook the mountains. The black ancient divine tiger came treading on the mountains. It leaped from one mountain peak to another like a black cloud. At the same time, it brought with it a violent gale that blew away many millstone-sized mountain rocks. As expected, this is the dwelling place of this ancient king. Yi Fan was shocked. He turned around and activated the forward incantation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He sat cross-legged on another mountain peak and silently comprehended the 3 ancient techniques. The Embracing Mountain Seal, Human King Seal, and Heaven Overturning Seal revolved in his mind as he rapidly deduced them. Not long after, Yi Fan saw the divine tiger leave. He once again returned to Black Jade Mountain and continuously copied the 3 saint techniques with his fingers. He repeatedly comprehended them, and the 3 seals rushed into his heart. He was immediately shaken and secretly rejoiced that he had come back to comprehend them. The carvings on the stone wall were only the shapes. The real divine seals had transformed into 3 different seals, and only now did he obtain the perfect magical seals. Swoosh! Stone powder danced in the air, leaving behind 3 blank spaces. After the seals rushed out, the 3 saint techniques automatically disappeared. The stone wall was as smooth as a mirror as if it had never been there. Yi Fan was very excited. He had mysterious techniques, but he had always been lacking secret techniques. He was often overwhelmed during battles, and now that he had obtained the 3 ancient seals, he would be much more at ease. Seal of Enlightenment. Yi Fan found precious carvings on the mountain peak. They were left behind by peerless masters when they comprehended Tao. Although they were very incomplete, they were of great help to him, and he imprinted them in his heart. For a whole half a month, he did not move at all. He sat quietly on a mountain peak and comprehended the Tao enlightenment marks he had obtained. Finally, he opened his eyes. Half-step dragon transformation. Yi Fan was shocked to find that by observing other people's Tao enlightenment marks, he had 1 foot in the dragon transformation secret realm. He knew that if he could find more Tao enlightenment notes, he would definitely enter the dragon transformation secret realm immediately. What exactly is this place? Could it be that many peerless masters came here? They left indelible marks on some ancient mountains. He began to ponder. He had only explored a small area of this immortal residence, and he had already obtained such great benefits. One could imagine how important this place was. An immortal burial ground. Such a thought emerged in his mind. There were endless treasures here, but there were also great dangers. A little carelessness could lead to death. Yi Fan thought of the sounds he heard in the desolate hut ancient pagoda forest. Could it be that there were traces to follow? He had heard the sounds of thousands of soldiers and horses in battle with his own ears. Other than that, he had also heard the cries of dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, and the name of the immemorial heavenly emperor. Chapter 565. Pfft! A black light flashed past and a young man slowly fell down from the cliff. Blood flowed out from the space between his eyebrows. His eyes were lifeless and he died with everlasting regret. On the other side, a tall man walked out. With a point of his hand, a flame descended, burning the corpse on the ground into human-shaped ashes. Nothing else was left. He stood in front of the stone wall and carefully studied the ancient technique recorded on it. Then, he wiped it with his hand and it turned into stone powder. Everything disappeared. In the distance, an even more intense battle was taking place. A group of people were engaged in a life and death battle. In the end, blood mist lingered around and corpses were everywhere. Only a few people rushed into the ancient cave while the rest died. This kind of thing happened from time to time. It was no longer an exception but a normal occurrence. This ancient world was extremely dangerous. Not only were there terrifying strange beasts, but there were also powerful cultivators who specialized in killing people. It became a land of blood. In the past half a month, Yi Fan had seen many deaths. The appearance of the ancient beast king was the main cause, but the killing between cultivators was even more terrifying. A 10,000-year-old spirit medicine could cause a bloody massacre. A stone wall with a secret technique carved on it could become a graveyard for life and death battles. Not to mention the occasional cave dwelling that would appear. It would definitely be the focus of all parties. If an ancient treasure were to appear or a secret book were to be discovered, it would definitely lead to a large-scale bloody battle. At the moment, everyone in this ancient world was in danger. They had to be careful with every step they took. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would become someone else's prey. Many great powers have sent people in. It can be said that every step is filled with danger. A little carelessness will lead to a fatal disaster. Damn it, we must be careful. Someone couldn't help but curse. Don't say too much. Don't disturb the divine object. In a swamp, there were some sparse ancient trees. A dragon chimera was a foot long and flowing with golden light as it jumped in the muddy water. More than 10 people surrounded the swamp and surrounded it. They were all very careful, afraid that they would scare away the spirit object. Seeing this, Yi Fan was very surprised. Dragon chimera was a treasure for refining medicine. Even the jade pool only had 3 of them. They were much more precious than spiritual medicines that were tens of thousands of years old. They were priceless treasures. However, there was one here. The dragon chimera was only 1 foot long and shaped like a dragon. However, it was actually a kind of divine chimera. It was golden all over and its spiritual chi soared to the sky. Every drop of essence and blood in its body was priceless. Right now, even Yi Fan, who had seen the undying medicine, was moved. He followed in secret, looking for a chance to capture it. However, right at this time, killing intent was like a mountain, immediately drowning over. 7 or 8 middle-aged men descended from the sky like ancient beast kings. They attacked without saying anything. Each of them was at least at the 9th transformation of the dragon transformation, and there were even 2 half-step almighties among them. Ah, miserable cries rang out. There were people who died miserably on the spot. The remaining people decisively retreated, but they couldn't break free from this murderous fate. A bell rang out, and half of them turned into fine powder, turning into a bloody mist. Another half-step almighty made a move. The ancient mirror shone, and the few cultivators who were escaping were also pierced by divine light. Their corpses fell down. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. In this place, human life was like grass. He already understood a fact. This immortal ancient world didn't have just one entrance, but as many as several. The most powerful forces in the central plains could all enter. And now, in this immortal mansion world, good and bad people were mixed together. There were all kinds of people, and all kinds of deaths, treasures snatching, and assassinations happened from time to time. Right now, he saw this scene with his own eyes. Swoosh! These 7 or 8 middle-aged men attacked together. At this moment, they laid down formation patterns and sealed the entire swamp. They wanted to capture that incomparably rare dragon chimera. However, in the end, they came up empty-handed. There was an underground river under the swamp, and they didn't know where it led to. The dragon chimera had long since escaped. It's just a dragon chimera, yet it's so slippery. So many of us attacked, but it still escaped. A middle-aged man laughed at himself. This isn't an ordinary creature. In the entire world, there can't be more than 20 of them. It's an essential main ingredient for refining divine pills. There aren't many divine objects more precious than it. Another person shook his head. When those people left into the distance, Yi Fan appeared. What he saw just now was only a microcosm of what was happening in this immortal mansion world. There were many dangers. This is an immortal graveyard. There are too many valuable things here. All kinds of people have come. Yi Fan sighed. In this place, not only were there many spirit beasts, there were also all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, all of which were priceless. They had long been extinct in the outside world, and any great force that learned of them wouldn't be calm. In addition, they occasionally discovered precipices, ancient caves, and some incomplete inheritances. Their value was immeasurable. In addition, there were also traces of a rare spirit like the dragon chimera. Yi Fan, like the others, bumped into a mortal fate. He flew into the distance, and when he saw many terrifying ancient species, he stayed far away. Roar! He came to a new area. Angry roars could be heard. There were people fighting intensely. His heart stirred, and he sensed a familiar aura. Bright moon rising from the sea. Yi Fan was astonished. He turned into a beam of flowing light and flew forward quickly. He had only seen one person use this kind of phenomenon, and that was the Eastern Wasteland Divine King, Jianghu. The Ji siblings encountered a terrifying ambush and were surrounded. More than 10 people surrounded them, and they took out all kinds of ancient treasures, attacking the 2 of them continuously. Boom! The ocean was boundless. Behind Jianghu, endless waves rushed into the sky, sweeping an enemy down. He smashed him into meat paste with a palm, turning him into a bloody mist. They didn't know how long the battle had lasted. Corpses appeared one after another in the mountain ridges, dyed red by blood. Jianghu's hair was disheveled, and he was like a god of death. His eyes were like a wild beast's as he massacred. His temperament was greatly different from usual. Jianghu sat cross-legged in the bright moon rising from the sea. Her entire body was overflowing with colorful light, and she was as holy as a fairy. No one could attack her, and she didn't move at all. Immortal light continuously flowed out, replenishing her brother's divine force. Pfft! Ji Haoyue took a step forward, causing the entire mountain ridge to tremble. He shattered a few ancient treasures, took 3 hits, and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He charged forward and tore apart an expert at the 8th transformation of Dragon Transformation. Is this his strength? Yi Fan was astonished. The Eastern Wasteland Divine King was indeed worthy of his reputation. He was surrounded, but he could still kill an expert of the 8th transformation. If news of this got out, it would definitely shock everyone in the younger generation of the 5 regions. At this moment, his temperament was very different from usual. He was cold and emotionless, and even had a trace of wildness. His purple clothes were dyed with blood, and his black hair was messy. He was like a demon god. However, Ji Haoyue was also an arrow at the end of its flight. He didn't know how long the battle had lasted, but his entire body was dyed red with blood. His steps were erratic, and he no longer had any strength. Brother. Ji Ziyue's eyes were filled with tears. Her entire body shone brightly, and more divine force flowed out, flowing towards her brother. Ziyue, don't worry about me. Go first, I can kill my way out. Ji Haoyue was full of confidence, and his eyes were even colder. However, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Brother, you have to hold on, the Supreme Elder will come. Ji Ziyue's eyes were filled with tears. Are you talking about those 3 old men? I saw them being swallowed by an ancient beast king-level divine puppet with my own eyes. Don't even think about it. One of the people in the group sneered. Ziyue, you have secret treasures to protect yourself. Break out of the encirclement and leave immediately. Ji Haoyue roared. His hair danced wildly as he urged his sister to leave. Boom! Another person stepped forward and activated a bronze pagoda to suppress Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue was hit, and he kept coughing up blood. This was only a cultivator of the 5th transformation, but his attack was effective. Just now, the Eastern Wasteland Divine King had torn apart an expert of the 8th transformation with his bare hands, but it had taken away all his strength. Now, his divine force was exhausted, and he had no strength left. Brother, I can't watch you die. Ji Ziyue cried, and she kept summoning immortal light to replenish Ji Haoyue's divine force. Go! The Eastern Wasteland Divine King's body shone, and he attacked with all his might. His divine force surged, and his pupils turned upside down. He charged forward again, smashing the bronze pagoda with his bare hands, grabbing the man and hacking him apart. Pfft! Blood spurted out and splashed all over his body. Even his hair was dyed red by the blood. None of you siblings will be able to leave. Both of you will remain here. Those 3 old men are dead, the heavens want you dead. The others also sneered, and they rushed forward, wanting to kill the 2 of them in one go. This was a rare opportunity, or else once the Eastern Wasteland Divine King recovered his divine force, he would have to pay a great price. Brother, I'll give all my divine force to you. Ji Ziyue's face was filled with tears, and her body was overflowing with light. She sat cross-legged in the air, wanting to sacrifice herself to save her brother and let him break out of the encirclement. Ziyue, I told you to go, so go, don't worry about me. The Eastern Wasteland Divine King shouted, and his hair was disheveled. Although his divine force was almost dried up, it still erupted with a dazzling brilliance. Boom! He cut off the divine force in the air with a palm, and then he raised his hand to the sky, throwing out Ji Ziyue, who was in the image of a bright moon rising from the sea, and shouted, leave immediately. Ji Haoyue was prepared to fight to the death, and let his sister break out of the encirclement. He was like a wild beast, and he became ferocious. He used the Divine King regeneration technique, and burned his life force to kill everyone, not letting them chase after Ji Ziyue. Brother, go quickly. Ji Haoyue shouted. It's too late, none of you can leave, I've already sealed this place. A person on the other side sneered, and dozens of flags had already been inserted into the ground, trapping this place. At this time, this group of people was also exhausted, but they had enough advantages. They had a lot of people, and they were all very powerful, and their divine force had not dried up yet. Ziyue, I'll fight a way out for you, don't worry. Jianghu shouted, and the divine force on his body burned, and the light became even brighter. At this moment, he was risking his life to protect his younger sister. Brother, don't be like this, I'll sacrifice all my divine force to you, as long as you can escape. Ziyue's pear blossom was covered in tears, and she cried loudly. Her intelligent eyes were blurred, and she did her best to send out divine force. All of you go together, if the heavens want you dead, none of you will live. Those people sneered again and again. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud tremor, and the entire mountain ridge trembled. Mountain rocks tumbled, and leaves danced chaotically. Yi Fan stepped into the great formation, raised his hand, and pulled out a large flag, and threw it out with a shake of his hand. Ah! With a miserable scream, a person was pierced by the flagpole on the spot, and flew hundreds of feet away. With a bang, he stabbed into an ancient tree, and was nailed there to death. Who are you? These people's expressions changed, and they shouted in unison. The person who killed you. Yi Fan walked in with large strides. His eyes were deep, his black hair was messy, and his aura was like a mountain. Chapter 566. Corpses littered the mountain ridge, and fresh blood dyed the grassland red. There were more than 1 or 2 experts at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, and they were all killed by Jianghu. The forest was littered with corpses, and a bloody mist pervaded the air. Even powerful beasts didn't dare to approach this place. This was a place where life was lost. This result shocked Yi Fan. The divine king physique of the Ji clan was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was even more powerful and terrifying than a few years ago. However, he was still an arrow at the end of its flight, and he didn't have any strength left. He had killed too many people. Now, even though there were only a dozen or so people left, they were all very difficult to deal with. They all had secret arts or ancient treasures. At this moment, the divine king physique of the Ji clan couldn't hold on even if he risked his life. Attack together, kill them. These people took the same action. Even though they could see that Yi Fan was extraordinary, they couldn't give up at this time. Pooh! Yi Fan attacked heavily from the start. He spun around and kicked out with his right leg. The bell that descended from the sky cracked with a loud clang. The bell waves were like blades, sweeping out in all directions. The entire ground was reduced by 10 meters, and even a cliff not far away was turned into fragments. A mountain peak on the other side was even chopped off. One could well imagine how terrifying this bell was. Its fluctuations were like divine swords, destroying all obstructions. However, it was shattered by a single kick from Yi Fan, leaving everyone here shocked. Clatter clatter. The fragments fell, flickering with sparkling radiance. It was obviously divine metal, but it was destroyed by Yi Fan's physical body. It couldn't even withstand a single blow, collapsing into the cliffs, bushes, and rocks. Kill him first. The people present saw the bad signs. They abandoned Jianghu and attacked Yi Fan together. They gathered all their strength to eliminate him first, not giving him a chance. Pooh! However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. While they were talking, he had already rushed up, locked onto the owner of the bell, and slapped down with his hand. Everyone could only see blood splattering everywhere and broken bones falling to the ground before the battle was over. The bell had been destroyed, and before that person could even react, Yi Fan had rushed forward and killed him. Kill! These people shouted loudly, their eyes blood red. They already reached this type of critical juncture, so they definitely didn't want everything to go to waste. Chi! A streak of divine light flickered. Someone was shaking an ancient mirror, and a terrifying streak of light rushed out, wishing to shine down on Yi Fan. He laughed coldly again and again, shaking back and forth. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Fan did not dodge. Instead, he swung his fist and smashed it. Clang! When the divine light collided with his fist, it did not turn into a pool of blood as everyone had imagined. Instead, it produced the sound of metal shattering. Dang, dang, Yi Fan's body was like a mirage as he charged through the divine light. He closed in with extreme speed, and every time he swung his fist, the mirror light would be blasted away. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in. Dodge. Retreat quickly. The others roared. At this time, they could already see that Yi Fan was fearless. He was not afraid of the ancient mirror's attack at all. He attacked from afar directly to the front. That person's speed could not be said to be slow, but compared to Yi Fan, it was nothing at all. The others produced all kinds of ancient treasures to rescue him, but they could not catch up. Crack. Yi Fan almost penetrated the ancient mirror with one punch. His body did not stop, and he pounced forward to kill. At the same time, he pierced through the person's chest, shattering his soul and taking his life. Who is this person? The people in the back gasped. This kind of close combat saint technique was truly terrifying. There was really nothing it could not break. Even powerful magic treasures were not used, and they were shattered in one blow. In the back, Jianghu, whose divine power had dried up and was about to collapse, also became serious. Her eyes flickered with divine light as she stared at Yi Fan's palm and fingers. So powerful. Jianghu's big eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Her tense emotions relaxed, and crystal-clear tears hung on her jade-white cheeks. Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? This group of people felt uncertain. They were very powerful, and there was no lack of people at the 8th transformation of Dragon Transformation. However, they had also used up too much divine power. Their situation was slightly better than Jianghu's, but it was not suitable for an intense battle. This person, who had suddenly appeared, fought in close combat as if he was invincible, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. They all had a bad feeling about this. Don't get close, use your magic treasures to kill him. Use the 1,000 Slayers' bow and shoot him down. These people were determined and quickly made arrangements. Several strong people stepped forward, holding a dark green hard bow. They used all their strength to pull it into the shape of a full moon. At this moment, essence from all directions gathered towards them like a tide. This bow was very special. It was as if it had a soul, as if it contained a god, automatically absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. It gently trembled and emitted a brilliant light, as if the entire mountain range was shaking. A divine light appeared on the bowstring and turned into an arrow, about to be shot. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a Holy Lord level heavy weapon. It was no small matter, and even he felt a great threat. He saw the terrifying bloody hole on Jianghu's body, and it was most likely caused by this bow. Kill. Once the 1,000 Slayers' bow is out, kill everything in the world. These people shouted. Their voices were like thunder, and tens of thousands of leaves fell in disorder. It was a scene of desolation. Yi Fan did not want to be a live target for them. His big sleeves waved, and with one step, he flashed 9 times, pressing forward with an indescribable trajectory. He went straight for the person holding the bow, and a divine light suddenly appeared on his finger as he pointed out. Whoosh! The 1,000 Slayers' bow trembled, and that light arrow rushed out like a god. It let out a terrifying whistling sound, and its light illuminated the heaven and earth. It went straight for Yi Fan's head. Die. This is the result of meddling in other people's business. It was clear that they were quite confident in this arrow, believing that it would definitely heavily injure Yi Fan. Everyone revealed a cold smile, and they all took out their magic treasures to attack together to destroy his soul. Yi Fan shifted and continuously dodged, but he discovered that a wisp of energy had locked onto him. No matter how he tried to escape, that divine light would not stop. The 1,000 Slayers' bow, as long as one's strength is great enough, all living things can be shot down. I don't believe you can dodge it. The people who drew the bow ridiculed. They were full of confidence. However, they did not dare to be careless. All types of ancient treasures were taken out, and they did not want to give Yi Fan the slightest chance. They supported the 1,000 Slayers' bow to kill the enemy. Swish, swish, Yi Fan's body was very indistinct, and he was like an unreal phantom. He moved from east to west, and he was as fast as a ghost. It was not something a flesh and blood person could do. How can his speed be so fast? Everyone was shocked. The arrow of light could not catch up to him and could only follow behind him. The ancient treasures also struck the void, but they did not harm a single hair on his body. Yi Fan also frowned. If he did not grasp the row formula, he would have been caught by the arrow of light a long time ago, and there was no way for him to escape. Continuing like this was not a solution. Clang! He suddenly stopped, and divine radiance burst forth from his finger. It collided with the arrow of light, and a blinding brilliance was released. Many people closed their eyes. You are courting death. You even dare to face the 1,000 slayers bow head-on. Reckless. Those people all revealed cold expressions. They were prepared to see Yi Fan's bones break and tendons snap, and his palm become tattered. However, their sneers quickly froze. Yi Fan's finger did not shatter and was still as good as before. He said to himself, such a powerful force. I was too careless and made my flesh bleed. At the tip of his finger, there was a brilliant drop of blood that rolled down. However, it did not injure his foundation, and only a drop of blood was left behind. He was sighing, but the others were shocked. The powerful 1,000 slayers bow only had this little effect? What? Even the skin was only pierced through? The 1,000 slayers bow can even injure a divine lord. Is he the ancient king? Why did he only bleed? Those people were stunned, and then they all felt a chill. What kind of powerful body was this? Not far away, Jianghu was also startled, but he did not delay anything. He closed his eyes, and his whole body shone. He was rapidly healing his wounded body, wanting to recover his combat strength. Jianghu was astonished. Her little canine teeth flickered with a sparkling luster as she wiped away her tears. Her big eyes that were like black gems rolled around non-stop. Is he that barbarian? In an instant, this group of people thought of that barbarian in the Qishir manner, who could shatter the palm and fingers of a supreme existence with his bare hands. Don't worry so much. Release all your divine power, draw the full moon divine bow, and shoot continuously. The others shouted. Several more people came forward and held the 1,000 slayers bow together, pulling the bowstring together. Swish. Swish, swish, these people were close to going crazy. They did everything they could to activate the 1,000 slayers bow together. It was much more terrifying than before. It was as if a sun had fallen here, and there were tens of thousands of immortal lights. Light arrows were shot out one after another. Each arrow was like a dazzling comet streaking across the sky. The essence of the heavens and the earth surged like a tide, crazily pouring into the 1,000 slayers bow. Yi Fan also turned into a strand of light, and he used the rose symbol art to the extreme. He walked under the terrifying light arrows and quickly closed in. If he really couldn't dodge, he would smash with his fist. Zheng, Chang, the sound was like the ringing of immortal swords, causing people's souls to palpitate. The terrifying collision caused sparks to fly in all directions. The earth was cut down several zhang by the light waves, and the scene was terrifying. This is. Those people felt a chill. Yi Fan had extreme speed and an unparalleled physical body. He was a natural counter to them, and even the 1,000 slayers bow could not do anything to him. Dang! Yi Fan finally rushed forward. His right hand changed and formed a profound seal. At this moment, his aura rose sharply like a great emperor who ruled over the world. It made people have the urge to kowtow. Once the seal appeared, Yi Fan's essence, energy, and spirit rose to a level that made people revere him. There was a supreme pressure that looked down on the world. It was as if a human king had come into being, and only he was supreme. Humanoid King Seal. This was the first time Yi Fan used it. This kind of ancient technique was profound and immeasurable. It had the power to swallow mountains and rivers, and with a raise of his hand, it seemed as if he could destroy mountains and rivers, and exterminate 10,000 races. This was the humanoid king's seal. Just this kind of aura was enough to make people tremble and almost prostrate in worship. It was as if they were really facing a supreme human king. Dang! The 1,000 Slayers' bow was sent flying by him in an instant. The people behind the bow were all turned into meat paste without exception, their bodies and souls destroyed. The long-lost humanoid king's seal? At this time, Ji Clan's divine king physique finally let out a cry of surprise for the first time. Let's go. The other people's expressions changed. One person shouted, and the others all retreated. There was no lack of strong people in the 8th transformation of dragon transformation among them, but now there was not much divine power left, and they could not fight at all. Yi Fan descended from the sky and suddenly attacked. His physical body and speed were shocking. In this space that was sealed by the formation, he had the absolute advantage, and they had no choice. Pfft! Once the humanoid king's seal was used, it was invincible. Another person was beaten into a bloody mist, and nothing was left. The power was shocking. Yi Fan formed the humanoid king's seal and walked in the void. Every step he took made the whole world tremble. The power was shocking, and it was as if the lord of the human race was walking. Pfft, pfft, every attack he made shook the mountains and rivers. No matter how far away they were, as long as they were aimed at the enemy, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. Ah! These people cried out in fear. They felt as if they were not facing a human, but a god. Pfft! Ah! Miserable cries could be heard from time to time. Those who were hit would definitely be smashed into pieces. There was no suspense at all. The humanoid king's seal was a kind of world-shocking sacred technique, and it made people horrified. Yi Fan seemed to have transformed into the king of the human race, and he walked in this boundless mortal world, looking down on all living things. Chapter 567. The human ruler seal was used without any suspense. It shattered the ancient tower, the bell, the cauldron, and many other treasures. Those people were sent flying far away, but they still could not escape the fate of their bodies collapsing. This kind of ancient inheritance was unimaginably powerful. It shocked even Yi Fan. His heart trembled, and at the same time, he was incomparably happy. The embracing mountain seal, the human ruler seal, and the sky-flipping seal, this was only one seal. One could imagine how powerful the 3 seals would be when they were used together. Swish, swish, finally, someone rushed out of the formation and escaped. Yi Fan did not use the row formula to chase after them. Instead, he took the 1,000 Slayers' bow into his hand. This bow was dark green and carved with many symbols. Its style was ancient, and one could tell at a glance that it had existed for a long time. It could kill Saint Lords, and its value was immeasurable. He held the 1,000 Slayers' bow and pulled the bowstring. He finally understood why those people had to work together to activate it. They needed great strength to move it, but this was not a problem for Yi Fan. There were not many people who could compete with him in terms of saint power. Buzz! With a light tremble, the bowstring was pulled. Sand and stones flew everywhere, wind and thunder rumbled, and all kinds of light curled up. Endless essence energy madly gathered. He pulled the 1,000 Slayers' bow into the shape of a full moon, and an arrow of light formed on the bowstring. When he let go, a divine light shot out, instantly disappearing into the clouds. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. That person and the cloud collapsed together, disappearing from the heaven and earth. Not even a bloody mist was left behind. Yi Fan pulled the bow a second time, and the arrow of light flew out, disappearing into the distance. A mountain peak exploded with a bang, and another person screamed as his body and soul were destroyed, leaving behind only a sky full of dust. The power of this bow was extremely terrifying and powerful. Even Yi Fan was shocked. Just now, if a superior person had shot at him with it, he would most likely be in danger. He fired 5 arrows in a row, and 5 divine lights cut through the sky. 5 great experts fell one after another, and not a single one could escape. Their blood dyed the sky, and they died here. Yi Fan caressed the Thousand Slayers' bow. This was a powerful treasure, and he loved it so much that he could not let go. His physical body was unparalleled in close combat, and with such a weapon for long-range combat, it could be said to be a perfect match for him. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Ji Haoyue's entire body was covered in blood. Even his hair was soaked in blood. He looked like a heavily injured divine tiger, but his might was still there. Yi Fan glanced at him and nodded. He didn't say anything. In the past, when he wasn't on good terms with the Ji family, he even thought about having a life and death battle with the godly king body. He swept his gaze across the mountainous region. There were more than 1 or 2 corpses of experts at the 8th transformation of the dragon realm. This made his heart tremble. Ji Haoyue's hair was disheveled, and he was in such a sorry state. However, he had also displayed great might and killed so many great enemies. If news of this spread, it would definitely shake the 5 regions. The inheritance left behind by the great ancient emperor is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. Ji Haoyue must have an unparalleled sacred art that no one knew about. It was said that the great ancient emperor's scripture had another secret chapter. Even among the direct descendants, only a few could practice it. The void scripture was a secret holy technique that no one knew about. It was imprinted by an ancient great emperor's divine will, and those who had seen it were all dead. Until now, apart from a few people, almost no one knew how terrifying it was. May I ask for brother's name? Ji Haoyue asked. His expression was calm, and his eyes were like still water. Yi Fan glanced at him and felt that the other party might have guessed something. His fingers were a little itchy, and he really wanted to pretend that he didn't know about the godly king body. Don't be in a hurry to ask for my name and thank me. Actually, I really want to give you a few slaps right now. Hey, why do you want to slap my brother? Ji Ziyue was unhappy. She glanced at him with her crescent eyes and wrinkled her delicate nose. I definitely know you. Then, she smiled faintly, and 2 cute little dimples appeared on her jade-like cheeks. Thank you for saving us. She wiped away the tears on her face and stared at Yi Fan non-stop. Her big eyes were full of spirit and beauty. The black and white of her eyes were distinct, like gems, filled with intelligence. Are there flowers on my face? Yi Fan asked. I'm thinking of how to thank you. Ji Ziyue smiled sweetly, and her little canines flashed with a crystal luster. She wrinkled her nose and said, You look like an old friend of mine. Yi Fan knew that she had most likely seen through something. The wisp of slyness in her eyes could not be concealed, but he did not want to expose her. Don't you want to know what he looks like? Ji Ziyue smiled. Oh, what does he look like? That guy cheats and swindles. He does all kinds of evil. He abducts and sells children, lets dogs commit murder, he can kill. He's so bad that he can't be any worse. He's often struck by lightning. Ji Ziyue blinked her big eyes and counted with her slender fingers as she criticized seriously. Yi Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. He knocked her on the head and turned to leave. You guys go out early. Hey. Stop right there. Ji Ziyue cried out in pain and rubbed her smooth, jade-like forehead. Grinding her little canine teeth, she ran over and blocked his path. Do you really want me to beat your brother up? Yi Fan smiled. Don't you dare. Ji Ziyue's beautiful hair danced in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow and her eyes were bright. She wrinkled her nose and mumbled after some thought, You're our savior. How can you leave just like that? Oh, do you want to repay me? Just give me any ancient scripture. Yi Fan smiled and walked forward again. Why do you always want to leave? How about this, you become a disciple of our Ji family and I'll teach you the void scripture. On the other side, Ji Haoyue's forehead was filled with black lines. She strode over and glanced at her sister. Hey. I really want to give you an ancient scripture. Don't not believe me. Ji Ziyue caught up with him again. Her big eyes were filled with smiles as she said very seriously. If you teach me an ancient scripture, your brother will definitely be the first to attack and fight to the death with me. Yi Fan glanced at Ji Haoyue. Don't ridicule my brother like that. Ji Ziyue was unhappy. Her big eyes looked towards the depths of the immortal mansion world. Then she lowered her voice and said, I'll tell you the truth. In this world, there might really be ancient scriptures left behind by ancient emperors. Yi Fan's heart moved. Although the Ji family was far away in the eastern wilderness, they had once produced a great emperor. How many were there since ancient times? They must know some secrets. This place was an immortal mansion world. There were tens of thousands of people fighting in the ancient battlefield. The words, Undying Heavenly Emperor, already indicated that it was extremely extraordinary. Perhaps they really knew some unknown secrets. Perhaps even the Void Emperor had come here before. After all, there were rumors that this place was related to the immortal domain. How is it? Are you tempted? Ji Ziyue's smile was very moving. Her bright eyes were kind and bright. Yi Fan couldn't help but touch his chin. He pondered seriously for a while. Suddenly, he realized that this habit really shouldn't appear. He hurriedly put down his hand and found that Ji Ziyue was blinking her long eyelashes and smiling at him. Benefactor, may I know your name? The Ji family's little moon asked mischievously. At the side, Ji Haoyue's face was calm. He looked at his little sister dotingly, but when he looked at Yi Fan, he couldn't help but frown. Yi Zhao Tian. Yi Fan said these 3 words. Ah, you ate so many of my spirit beasts. Ji Ziyue's mouth formed an O shape. She didn't expect this at all. But then she laughed softly. Ji Haoyue was also startled and had a strange expression on his face. A supreme grade overlord had come out of the immortal mountain, and he was extremely daring. Not only did he defeat many disciples of extraordinary warrior manner, he even ate their spirit beast. His infamy had already spread far and wide, so it was impossible not to know about him. Ji Ziyue couldn't stop laughing. Then she asked, You captured Qi Chili. Where is she now? How is she now? I haven't killed her yet. She's still serving tea, Yi Fan answered. Ji Haoyue suddenly said, You should release her as soon as possible. The monster from the southern mountains is still in seclusion. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Yes, the people from the southern mountains are really strong. Especially a few of them, even my brother is afraid of them, Ji Ziyue said with concern. Yi Fan was shocked. Today, he truly understood the power of the Ji family's godly king physique. He tore apart a few Dragon Transformation 8 transformation cultivators and displayed the power of the Eastern Wilderness godly king. Were the people from the southern mountains so scary? He had to take this seriously. There were so many heroes in the 5 regions. There must be some unimaginable characters. You only know how to cause trouble. Ji Ziyue mumbled. When her brother wasn't paying attention, she rolled her eyes at Yi Fan. Then she said softly, I'll teach you a life-saving secret art. Ziyue, we should go out. Today's matter is not a small matter. We need to let the family leader know. At this moment, Ji Haoyue spoke. He then turned to Yi Fan and said, I will repay you for saving my life in the future. Leave with us first. It's too dangerous here. It's easy for you to fall into danger alone. Wait for us to invite experts before we come in. Ji Ziyue blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Fan. It's fine. I'll be careful. Yi Fan didn't want to leave. He only asked seriously which ancient scripture might appear here. It might be the Supreme Sovereign Scripture, or the Void Scripture, or even the Demon Emperor Scripture. I can't be sure, Ji Haoyue said solemnly. Why? Yi Fan was surprised. Legend has it that this place is related to the immortal region. Some emperors came here before. Maybe they left something behind, Ji Ziyue answered. According to them, there would definitely be people coming here to search for the ancient inheritances of the immortal region to confirm certain things. They didn't say what exactly it was. According to some clues, there were definitely ancient scriptures in the depths of the immortal ancient world. There were also great secrets that no one knew about. Otherwise, the ancient emperors wouldn't have appeared here. Even the undying heavenly emperor might have come here long before the primordial era. Yi Fan couldn't stop thinking. The Ji siblings left. Ji Ziyue said that she would definitely come back soon. She told Yi Fan to be careful. In this savage world, danger and opportunity coexisted. Many people came here to try their luck. Every day, there would be treasures appearing and experts dying. The atmosphere was very tense. Yi Fan had been here for many days. He didn't go to the depths because there were already powerful figures that died in this region. 2 days later, he finally found something. There was an ancient tablet on the peak of a mountain. There were some spells carved on it. Although they were mysterious, they weren't what Yi Fan wanted the most. At this moment, he hoped to obtain the enlightenment marks of a top expert and find an opportunity to break through. Yi Fan comprehended for half a day. He had gained something and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a man landed on the peak. He couldn't be considered heroic, but he was quite extraordinary. He had a strong sense of confidence. This person had a medium build and looked to be 23 or 24 years old. His black hair was messy and his skin was dark. His eyes were sharp like lightning. He came in front of the ancient tablet with his hands behind his back. He was very arrogant and domineering. "Leave quickly, I want to enter seclusion here," he said calmly. Although there was no killing intent, it was unquestionable. It was as if life and death were up to him and everything was in his control. Yi Fan frowned. He glanced at this person and didn't say anything. However, he stopped and didn't leave. This man came in front of the ancient tablet with his hands behind his back and studied it seriously. He didn't continue to speak and the two of them were in peace. After a while, Yi Fan glanced at him and didn't argue anymore. He was going to leave anyway, so there was no need to fight because of this. He landed on a peak not far away and continued to search for ancient ruins. Not long later, some people entered this mountain range. Most of them were young people. "Yan Yunluan is here. Everyone, please make a detour." A cold voice sounded. It was precisely the man Yi Fan saw just now. He stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back and swept his eyes in all directions. "What? Yan Yunluan is here? Let's leave quickly. Why is he here? Could it be that he is going to enter seclusion again? He often has epiphanies. We can't provoke him. This is a monster." Most of these young people were disciples of the extraordinary warrior manner. They all felt restraining fear and retreated from this mountain range. Although they were of the same generation, they didn't dare to confront him head-on. Yi Fan was astonished. This person was truly powerful. Even the other holy child-level characters of the 5 great regions felt restraining fear. He was definitely extremely dangerous. Not long after, auspicious energy curled up on that mountain peak. Yan Yunluan sat cross-legged on top of a bluestone. As expected, he entered a meditative state. A hazy immortal mist enveloped this place. Yi Fan swept his eyes over but didn't look too much. He silently comprehended his own Tao and then turned around to leave. 2 days later, he arrived at a place with an unordinary atmosphere. Purple smoke rose from the cliffs, and the birds weren't startled by humans at all. Moreover, he discovered several stalks of over 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines that weren't eaten by land beasts. At the same time, another dozen or so people flew over. They also discovered this place and all of them descended. They wanted to search for the remains of the predecessors. They felt that there might be a cave here. "Yan Yunluan is here. Please leave." At this time, a cold voice sounded. It was that monster again. He also found this place. "You think we'll leave just because you say so?" Some people were unconvinced. This was most likely a precious land, so they didn't want to give it up. "Don't say too much and hurry up and leave." This person entered the extraordinary warrior manor while crossing tribulation. His strength is terrifying. Don't clash with him, someone advised from the side. Soon after, several people flew away. There were still a few who didn't immediately leave. Did you all not hear what I said? Yan Yunluan looked over. His voice was cold and his tone unquestionable. The others hesitated as well. Yi Fan smiled calmly. Last time was fine, but this time, they encountered each other again, and they were still forcing him like this. He didn't say anything. He held the 10,000 deaths bow in his hand and directly drew the bowstring. It was like a full moon as it released tens of thousands of zhang of radiance. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth lost color. Wind and thunder roared, and the mountains trembled. Xiao! Yi Fan drew his precious bow and shot the arrow at the monster without the slightest bit of restraining fear. This made everyone in the surroundings extremely shocked. Hong! Yan Yunluan rushed up and dodged to the side. His eyes shot out 2 streaks of cold light. That arrow was like a streak of lightning. It immediately shattered a mountain peak in front of it. Yi Fan had a smile on his face. He was unhurried as he drew the 10,000 deaths bow. An even more powerful arrow of light shot out. Who is this? He actually dares to shoot at the extraordinary warrior manor's heaven-defying monster. Chapter 568. Yi Fan held the 10,000 slayers bow and pulled back the dragon string. It was shaped like a full moon, and spiritual energy poured down from all directions into the bow. Light illuminated the heavens, and symbols swam about like tadpoles as if they were alive. Xiao! The bowstring trembled, and the second arrow of light shot out. It was like a rainbow as it went straight for Yan Yunluan's throat. Woo-woo sounds rang out as if a demonic god was pouncing over with great power. Dang! Yan Yunluan's eyes flashed with divine light. His right hand formed an imprint, and like a golden crow, he flew across the sky. With a fierce slash, the entire space distorted, isolating him from the outside world. Even his figure became blurry. Swoosh! The second arrow brushed past him, and it still didn't hit its target. His eyes became even more resplendent, but his expression was still incomparably cold. He stared at Yi Fan as if he was looking at a dead man as he walked forward. Who exactly is it that dares to take action against a heaven-defying genius? The power of the arrow penetrated through the void. He is definitely not an ordinary person. This arrow's destructive power is extremely great. That is a terrifying precious bow. The people at the side were all astonished. They couldn't help but discuss and hide far away, fearing that they would be dragged into the battle between these two. Yi Fan smiled and didn't mind. He pulled back the bowstring for the 3rd time, and light rushed into the heavens. A light arrow that looked as if it was forged from gold shot out, piercing through the void and flying out. Woo! The power of this arrow was even greater, and it drew out a terrifying crack in the sky. It was pitch black like an abyss, and one couldn't see the bottom of it with a single glance. The golden arrow of light was like a holy spirit that was born into the world. Yan Yunluan stopped his steps. He didn't underestimate his opponent at all, and he moved to the side to avoid the sharp tip. Then, his hand formed an imprint that flowed with Dao energy, and he forcefully struck the arrow shaft. He had already avoided 2 arrows, and this time, he wanted to break the arrow and reveal his thunderous methods. He wanted to kill Yi Fan and end this battle once and for all. His face became even colder. Suddenly, his expression changed as he felt a powerful killing intent. There was an incomparably sharp tip that was aimed at his head and the middle of his back, closing in on him like lightning. The other people cried out in alarm. The first 2 light arrows that had been shot out had returned, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Together with the 3rd light arrow, they rushed back and shot towards Yan Yunluan's vital parts. The 10,000 Slayers' bow was a secret artifact. It possessed great destructive power and could lock onto a person's chi. Unless the arrow of light was destroyed, it would be very difficult to stop. The first arrow of light shattered the mountain peak, and the second arrow of light brushed past Yan Yunluan's shoulder. Now, they both reappeared, flying back. Their power didn't decrease in the slightest, and heaven and earth's spiritual essence continuously poured in. Treasure, this is a powerful magic treasure. Could this be the legendary Thousand Slayers bow? As long as one is strong enough, they can shoot down anything in the world. The spectators were all moved. They all widened their eyes and stared at the bow in Yifan's hand without blinking. Xiao! Xiao! The last 2 arrows had already passed through the mountain peak and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, they suddenly rushed back, extremely forceful and powerful, killing intent filling the air. Yan Yunluan was extremely calm. His hands formed an imprint, and then he slowly but powerfully moved them. That place immediately became indistinct, and it was extremely mysterious. It was as if a door was opened. What kind of secret technique is this? Why does it feel like he left this world? Someone cried out in shock. At this moment, Yan Yunluan seemed to have jumped out of the 3 realms, no longer within the 5 elements. He broke free from the shackles of this world and stood in a void. The 3 arrows arrived at the same time, but not a single one hit him. They all deviated and disappeared into the horizon, only leaving behind a terrifying fluctuation and 3 great spatial cracks. What a powerful divine arrow! If one was hit by it, their body and soul would most likely be destroyed. Yan Yunluan is also quite terrifying. He calmly evaded it. He really isn't just a normal type of powerful. Evading is useless. Yan Yunluan can only destroy these arrows. He is most likely going to use a powerful attack. In the distance, Yifan's mind was also shaken. The other party seemed to have transcended the world, allowing him to see through the profoundness of this technique. This was definitely a powerful holy technique. However, he didn't delay and continued to pull the Wanling bow. Arrow after arrow shot out, but every light arrow needed a powerful impact to destroy. Xiao! 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 Each arrow was more powerful than the last. Yifan almost collapsed the vault of heaven. 9 arrows streaked across the sky like 9 rainbows, destroying everything in their way. Their momentum was terrifying. Dang! Dang! Yan Yunluan was expressionless. He had no choice but to make a move. He held the ancient halberd in his hand and hacked horizontally. His skin was dark, his black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were frightening. He danced with the heavenly wind as if he wanted to split the sky. Clang! Clang! The great halberd flew horizontally. The snow-white halberd blade flickered with traces of blood energy. It was terrifying, and its destructive power was extremely great. Everyone in the distance was overwhelmed with shock, and their expressions all changed. With such powerful battle prowess, I feel that he can cut apart an expert of the 9th dragon transformation. This is truly a monster. It's hard to believe that he actually has such battle prowess. In the end, we still underestimated him. He is even more terrifying than we imagined. Everyone cried out in alarm, and their hearts were all palpitating. This monster's strength was beyond their expectations. Yan Yunluan had a medium build, but when he danced with the ancient halberd, it was domineering and awe-inspiring. It was as if a war god had descended to the world. His eyes were like lightning, and as they flew about, they were as black as ink. The snow-white halberd blade was frightening to the soul. Pooh! Pooh! The great halberd cut through the vault of heaven, and the halberd blade was filled with blood energy. Every time it landed, a light arrow would be cut into pieces, and the arrow would turn into tens of thousands of rays of light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Not long after, the 9 lightning-like arrows were all turned into fine powder. Yan Yunluan was like a god of death. His eyes were frighteningly cold as he walked in the void, pressing forward. Boom! Yan Yunluan raised the ancient halberd high and chopped down. 1,000 zhang long divine light gushed out, and with a destructive force, it rushed towards Yifan. This was the killing light that rushed out from the halberd blade. It was accompanied by rays of bloody light, and the killing intent was oppressive. It was terrifying, and the endless mountains in the surroundings were shaking. It was as if the vault of heaven was about to fall. Such powerful battle prowess, even those at the 9th transformation of the dragon realm would be at a disadvantage. Is this the power of Yan Yunluan? As expected, he is unstoppable. His peers must retreat. To the side, everyone retreated far away, fearing that they would be killed by the terrifying halberd. This kind of light was enough to kill a saint child. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if he danced with the ancient halberd and fought against the heroes. How many people of the same generation could withstand it? Yi Fan formed seals with his right hand, and his aura became heavy. It was as if he was embracing the divine moon, as if he was pushing a mountain, and as if he was manifesting the Tao. He struck out. Boom! At the tip of his finger, a black mountain appeared. It towered into the clouds, and its aura was majestic. In an instant, it filled the sky, and the black mass was enough to collapse the world. The embracing mountain seal. At this moment, he struck out one of the 3 great seals. It belonged to the earth seal of the heaven, earth, and man 3 seals, and its power was beyond imagination. This part of the world seemed to be shattered. Energy storms were everywhere, and light was everywhere. It was like boiling magma, destroying all tangible objects. The towering black mountain towered into the clouds, crushing the sky. It was majestic and terrifying. It continuously crushed everything, destroying everything as if it wanted to destroy the world. And the huge blade light from the ancient halberd was like a river of stars descending, boundless and endless. The two collided, and just the shockwaves alone caused the mountains below to collapse. This was a scene of doomsday. Everyone was horrified, and they were powerless to stop it. Everyone's heart palpitated, and they could only retreat again and again. In the end, the black mountain was split into pieces. The halberd pierced through, but it also quickly disappeared. Endless splendor shot into the sky. When everything calmed down, everyone's hair stood on end. The power of Yan Yunluan's halberd had destroyed more than 10 mountains. Everywhere was a scene of desolation, broken branches, and rubble were everywhere. He's not a human being. This kind of power is terrifying. He's about the same age as us, yet he has such battle prowess. It's hard to imagine. On the other side, Yi Fan was also shocked. Demon-level characters were indeed terrifying. They couldn't be calculated with reason at all. The ancient halberd's attack had shattered the sky. It was too shocking. Fortunately, his physical body was unparalleled. If it were any other saint child and the others, they would have been killed without any suspense. It was almost unstoppable. He had to evolve into the hidden dragon realm. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill such a great enemy who was many levels higher than him. It was really too terrifying. You actually survived. Yan Yunluan seemed to be deeply surprised. He was very confident in his attack. Even those at the 8th or 9th transformation of the dragon transformation would be killed. His expression was cold as he strode forward, causing the void to tremble. Many mountains below trembled, leaves swirled in the air, and huge boulders tumbled down. It was incomparably terrifying. You dare to draw your bow against me? Today, I will kill you. He was very conceited. His black hair flew in the wind, and his eyes were filled with threatening electricity. Although he wasn't very tall, with the ancient halberd in his hand, he was like an ancient god of war. People needed to look up to him and look down on the world. Yi Fan sneered coldly and said, "I haven't lived enough. Let me kill you." He didn't say anything else. He held the wand slayer bow and pulled the bowstring. He poured in saint power, and an endless amount of essence energy crazily surged. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the sky changed color. At this moment, Yi Fan and the divine bow seemed to have become one. Just like the bow, his body was also dyed with a layer of mysterious luster, and a powerful aura flowed out. The two were inseparable, as if they were naturally one. Boundless divine power fluctuated, and a light arrow pierced through the sky and flew out at high speed. This arrow is useless against me. It can't hurt me at all. Yan Yunluan's expression was cold. He didn't care at all. Holding the ancient halberd in his hand, he immediately chopped down. What a heaven-defying monster! The divine arrow that could kill a saint child can't injure him at all. The others exclaimed in admiration. They felt rather unbalanced inside. Yi Fan was expressionless, and there was no change in his mood. At this moment, he only made a single movement. Not only did he draw the bow and shoot the arrow, the entire area became resplendent. He was completely enveloped by the holy light. Dang, Kang! Yan Yunluan hacked at the light arrow, releasing ear-splitting sounds. A few arrows didn't break and shot into the distance. With a hong sound, they shattered the cliff. One could well imagine how powerful these arrows were. It was simply not something an ordinary person could imagine. Boundless fluctuations surged, and it was as if a tsunami was happening here. Gradually, Yan Yunluan revealed a serious expression. The divine light in his eyes was terrifying, and the ancient halberd in his hand danced even faster. The divine light hacked out broke many mountain peaks. Something's wrong. Isn't that the legendary One-Slayer bow? How can he continuously shoot light arrows like this? It is rumored that an ordinary person can only draw the bowstring a dozen or so times before collapsing. Right now, he has already shot out several dozen arrows. The spectators finally discovered this abnormality. They were all overwhelmed with shock. Just what kind of background did this person have? Did he have the power to move mountains? How could he never be exhausted? Woo-woo. The arrow pierced through the sky. In this short period of time, Yi Fan shot out several dozen more arrows. Every single arrow was dazzling like a meteor streaking across the horizon. It was absolutely shocking. Heavens! Over 100 arrows. Even a powerful saint child is nothing more than this, right? What shocked everyone was that Yi Fan's expression didn't change at all. He was still drawing the One-Slayer bow and continuously shooting out golden light. In the blink of an eye, over 100 golden lights rushed out and submerged everything in front of him. Boom, boom, a few divine arrows brushed past Yan Yunluan's shoulder. Every strike would shatter a cliff. The power was peerless, and it made everyone's entire body go cold. This is too inconceivable. What kind of power does he possess? There are already over 100 divine arrows, and he is still shooting. Everyone was shaken. Yi Fan's aura was like a rainbow. He became one with the One-Slayer bow and gathered essence energy from all directions. Even the sun had a beam of resplendent divine light flowing over, pouring down like a waterfall. Each arrow he shot out was more powerful than the last. In the blink of an eye, over 100 arrows had been shot out. At this moment, several hundred golden rainbows were extremely dazzling as they covered Yan Yunluan. Moreover, the number of arrows was still increasing, becoming more and more terrifying. Boom, boom, a few mountain peaks were blasted off by the arrow light. Rubble flew into the sky, and the scene was extremely horrifying. If this continued, this mountain range would be shot down by Yi Fan. Heavens, is he the incarnation of that barbarian? The saint force is endless, and he has the power to move mountains. This One-Slayer bow is unrivaled in his hands. Yan Yunluan will most likely be shot to death. Chapter 569. One arrow to shatter a mountain peak. How powerful was this power? When it hit a person's body, it would definitely wither and nothing would be left. Everyone was tongue-tied. As time passed, Yi Fan had already shot out more than 700 arrows. Each arrow was like a resplendent rainbow that illuminated the sky. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying fluctuations in this area. It was as if a starry sky was being destroyed, causing people's souls to palpitate. Many powerful beasts hid far away and didn't dare to come close in fear of a disaster. Many cultivators watched from afar and no one dared to approach. How could they fight like this? Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves. Hundreds of light arrows shot out at the same time like meteors falling from the sky. From time to time, some cliffs would be shattered into pieces. No one could withstand such a terrifying power. Even half-step experts would have to frown if they came. Such terrifying divine arrows formed a rain of light that interweaved and pierced through the clouds and mountains. 711, 712. Many people were counting and finding it more and more inconceivable. Precious splendor flowed around Yifan's body. His blood energy was like an ocean that drowned out half the sky. He showed no signs of exhaustion. When people counted to 720 arrows, Yan Yunluan couldn't bear it anymore. Golden rainbows filled the sky and each arrow was more than 10,000 catties heavy, causing his arm to go numb. One had to know that each arrow could collapse a mountain peak. With so many gathered together, even the supreme elder of the Holy Land was about to vomit blood. Yan Yunluan was a monster in the eyes of the world. He was not afraid of those at the 8th or even 9th transformation. He was confident that he could kill Yifan, but at this moment, he was incomparably sullen. No matter how powerful his divine abilities were, it was useless. His opponent had the 1,000 Slayers' bow and had completely sealed the sky. He simply couldn't charge over and fight with his opponent. At this moment, Yan Yunluan was a live target that endured the attacks of hundreds of rainbows. He held the ancient halberd and waved the heavenly dipper, but it was still useless. Although he had broken most of the light arrows, his opponent's aura was continuously increasing. His divine power was inexhaustible. If this continued, he would definitely be shot to death without any suspense. Dang! Even though Yan Yunluan had the bearing of a war god, he was tired now. Although the ancient halberd in his hand could split the heavens, it wasn't as fierce as before. Clang, zheng, he slashed continuously, charging at Yifan several times, but he was forced back every time, and a disaster almost befell him. Anger and grievance made him extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Pooh! An arrow pierced through the sun, as if it was an eternal light from beyond the heavens. It suddenly attacked, bringing with it a lock of Yan Yunluan's black hair, turning it into ashes. It almost pierced through his skull. His gaze was incomparably cold. Without saying a single word, he turned around and left. There was no way to continue this battle. When his divine power was exhausted, he would definitely be killed. Didn't you want to kill me? Don't think you can leave so easily. Yifan gave chase, calmly drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. The 10,000 deaths bow merged with him, like a precious wheel of the celestial realm, dazzling with brilliance. Clang! The divine arrow left behind a long tail light that was several li long. It was incomparably dazzling, but it was also extremely terrifying. Its destructive power was astonishing. When it landed on the heavenly art halberd, it trembled intensely. Don't force me. Yan Yunluan turned around and coldly glanced at him before charging into the distance. So what if I force you? Yifan didn't seem to care in the slightest. The other party wanted to kill him, so what else was there to care about? If he could kill him, he definitely wouldn't be lenient. More than 700 divine arrows shot out, and within them, there were 150 that didn't shatter. They turned into a curtain of rain, releasing dazzling brilliance as they chased after him endlessly. Clang, clang. Yan Yunluan was finally in a somewhat sorry state. The heavenly art halberd almost flew out of his hands several times, and traces of blood appeared on his body. Several arrows brushed past his body, almost seriously injuring him. As a freak-level existence, his speed was indeed far greater than the other holy children's, but compared to the rose symbol art, he was still far inferior. He couldn't break free. Now, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yan Yunluan was really going to fall? When they thought of this result, a commotion immediately broke out. Hong! Yifan fired another arrow. He concentrated all of his strength, releasing a terrifying radiance. A Dao mark was drawn out, and deafening lightning radiance flickered. Clang! This arrow's power was heavy and ferocious. It shook Yan Yunluan's arm until it was numb, and he almost threw away the heavenly art halberd. He was sent flying several hundred zhang away by a huge force, and even a mountain peak was shattered. Hong! It was another arrow like this, and it contained Yifan's essence energy. It pierced through the void and arrived in an instant, its tail light reaching 7 to 8 li. Clang! At this moment, the heavenly art halberd almost became deformed. This arrow collapsed a mountain peak, causing rubble to tumble down and smoke to soar into the sky. Yan Yunhuan was buried alive below. No one's expression didn't change. The Thousand Slayers' bow was too terrifying, and it was held in the hands of this youth with heaven overflowing divine strength. It was practically killing gods and Buddhas who stood in his way. Yan Yunhuan let out a long hiss, and his entire body blossomed with purple light. He rushed out from the pile of rubble, and with the heavenly art halberd in hand, he continuously hacked down dozens of arrows before flying away without even turning his head back. At this time, Yi Fan was finally a bit tired. It was already not bad for an ordinary person to draw the bow a dozen or so times, but he had already shot more than 700 arrows. He didn't want to let this evildoer go, so he continued to circulate his divine power. Moreover, he had activated the All character and was earnestly drawing back the Thousand Slayers' bow's dragon string. Xiao! Finally, the arrow was released. It was exceptionally terrifying, and it didn't seem like an arrow of light at all. It was more like a dragon that was more than 10 li long. The terrifying fluctuations almost caused many people to kneel down. Many people almost fell from the sky as they cried out in alarm. Clang! This arrow pierced through the heavenly art halberd that was interwoven with the natural laws of heaven and earth. The halberd's shaft responded with a sound, and the 10 li long arrow destroyed all things. Hong! The void violently shook, and a boundless starry domain appeared. Yan Yunhuan entered it, and he displayed his own phenomenon at this crucial moment. Boundless starry domain. Someone cried out in alarm, and everyone was greatly moved. This kind of phenomenon was extremely rare, and not many people could cultivate it even in the ancient times. They didn't expect this evildoer to grasp it. The divine arrow that was more than 10 li long didn't stop after rushing in. Although it was quickly dimming, it wasn't obliterated. It was still flying through the starry domain, chasing after Yan Yunhuan. Pfft! A streak of bloody light splashed out as the arrow of light finally pierced through Yan Yunhuan. Then, it dissipated in that starry domain, bringing forth a large amount of blood. However, Yan Yunhuan didn't die. His body only trembled for a moment before he put away the boundless starry domain and rushed into the distant sky. Yan Yunhuan was injured by someone. Everyone was shocked, and they all revealed expressions of disbelief. This kind of evildoer had heaven-defying methods, and even a powerhouse at the 9th transformation of the dragon transformation wouldn't be able to deal with him. However, at this moment, he was almost killed by someone with an arrow. This was, without a doubt, sensational news, causing the cultivators in this region to be in an uproar. On the other hand, Yi Fan's heart trembled. This person was really too powerful. That arrow was enough to destroy the body and spirit of a dragon and turn a mountain into dust. However, Yan Yunhuan escaped, and his life wasn't in danger. The arrow merely pierced through his body, and it didn't destroy his vitality. Breaking into the dragon transformation realm, I must break into the dragon transformation secret realm as soon as possible. This was the voice in Yi Fan's heart, and it was incomparably strong. Otherwise, if he were to engage in a battle of life and death with such an evildoer without the Thousand Slayers' bow, he would most likely be in danger. Because there was a difference of several realms, and the gap was too large, even if he had a holy physique, he couldn't go against this kind of evildoer. He had to raise his own realm. Yi Fan chased after him, and he continuously activated the secret of all, shooting out unparalleled holy arrows that contained his essence, qi, and spirit. At this moment, his opponent's divine power was insufficient, and he was injured, so it was the best opportunity to kill him. Yan Yunhuan is finished. If this goes on, he will die without a doubt. What a pity. It's not that he can't win. If he didn't have the Thousand Slayers' bow, even if a supreme elder from the Holy Land came personally, he might not be able to kill him. Everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected such an outcome. Yi Fan chased after the evildoer, and the two of them flew for over 100 li. He shot 9 arrows in a row, and all of them pierced through the boundless starry sky. 4 of them pierced through Yan Yunluan's body, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. Along the way, everyone was dumbfounded. The odd warrior Manor's disciples couldn't believe what they were seeing. Yan Yunluan was actually being chased by someone. It was like a fantasy story. Who is that person? He actually forced an evildoer into such a state. What's his background? It's actually him. After someone carefully identified him, they were stupefied, recognizing Yi Fan. They couldn't say anything for a long time. Who is it? He's the lord outside the Immortal Mountain. He even captured Princess Qi. I went to watch the battle and saw him. He's the Supreme Lord Yi Zhou Tian who ate many spirit beasts and hunted outside the Immortal Mountain with a huge bow on his back. That's right, it's him. After confirming who it was, the crowd was in an uproar. This was too inconceivable. This lord was truly powerful, and even an evildoer could be killed. Pooh! Blood blossomed. Yan Yunluan's body trembled again, and he almost fell out of the boundless starry domain. Yi Fan pierced through him for the 7th time, but he was even more shaken. The 7 arrows were enough to turn 7 great mountains into flying ashes, yet this person still hadn't died. Young man, you should forgive people wherever possible. An old man arrived on a cloud. With a sweep of his sleeves, he shattered the holy arrow shot by Yi Fan using the all-secret touch and blocked his path. Hong! At the same time, his right hand pressed down in the void. The other dozens of divine arrows were all shattered, not a single one remaining. This was a supreme existence from the odd warrior manor. He attached great importance to these evildoers and had left imprints on their bodies. After learning of the danger, he immediately rushed over to rescue them. Yi Fan was very straightforward. He turned around and left. Forget about a Holy Lord level character, he didn't even have the slightest bit of hope against a half-step supreme existence. He wouldn't throw his life away. Young man, we can have a chat. The supreme existence from the odd warrior manor transmitted his voice. Schwa. Yi Fan didn't reply. He circulated the aspect formula and entered the depths of the mountain range, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, Yi Fan entered a land enshrouded in purple mist. Strange flowers were in full bloom here, and jade grasses were everywhere. There were many orchids and spirit medicines. Duanda. Yi Fan was astonished. He found the heartless Daoist Duanda wandering around this spiritual land. This fellow has a profound understanding of burial grounds. Could he have seen something here? Duanda had entered and exited the Demon Emperor's tomb 9 times and even found the 9 secret burial grounds in Lizhou. He truly had unfathomable abilities. I'll follow behind him and snatch his treasures this time. Yi Fan secretly decided. In the past, Duanda had seized several spirit items in front of the Demon Emperor's tomb. The heartless Daoist wandered around for half a day and suddenly made a move. He shattered a cliff and a cave dwelling appeared there with auspicious light flowing out. The immortal residence has appeared. Suddenly, Duanda yelled at the top of his lungs, wishing he could attract everyone. When did this bastard become so selfless? What is he trying to do? Yi Fan was puzzled. In just a short moment, many cultivators were alarmed and flew over from the distant mountain range. They landed here and stared at the ancient cave overflowing with colorful lights. Meanwhile, Duanda had already retreated into the distant mountains. Yi Fan quietly followed. He didn't believe that the heartless Daoist would be so kind-hearted and definitely had some plans. Hee, you guys go and break the restriction. This poor Daoist thanks you guys. Duanda laughed mischievously. This bastard really can't change his spots. Yi Fan cursed. Not long after, Duanda arrived dozens of miles away. There was a bright and clean lake here with thin mist lingering around. The orchids on the shore were emitting auspicious lights like an otherworldly pure land. When you guys break the restriction, the lake will sink and the real cave dwelling will appear. There are most likely some extraordinary treasures here. Fatty Duan rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. This guy is really something. He asked someone to break the restriction from dozens of miles away, but he just sits here and enjoys the fruits of others' labor. Yi Fan looked down on him, but he was also very surprised. In the distance, a figure flashed and a peerless beauty appeared. She passed through the immortal meridian and walked towards the clear lake. It was Princess Yudai. Princess. Yi Fan transmitted his voice and called her over. Why are you here? Princess Yudai was surprised. Don't tell me you want to bathe here? Don't go there. If you wait here, there will most likely be a mortal fate. Yi Fan laughed. Princess Yudai rolled her eyes and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I just felt that this place is full of spiritual energy and is not an ordinary place, so I came to take a look. After that, her expression froze while a wisp of surprise appeared on her delicate face. She'd noticed Duanda, who was at the bank of the lake, and he was sneakily hiding behind a limestone. This person is very mysterious, and he is also a disciple of the extraordinary warrior manner. It is said that there was a monster who wanted to test his skills but was unable to find out his depths. With regards to this result, Yi Fan was not surprised in the slightest. This heartless Daoist could even escape from the hands of major characters. Wu Dao of the 13 bandits had chased him for a long time but still could not catch him. Suddenly, auspicious clouds rose into the sky from afar. Endless light flowed, and the mountain range was full of spiritual energy, accompanied by waves of immortal music. This was the spiritual land from before. Many cultivators were taking action to break the restriction. Even from far away, divine light could be seen rushing up, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone in this area rushed over at the first moment. This kind of scene was very similar to the sign of a cave-dwelling opening. Yi Fan was speechless. Fatty Duan was indeed heartless, causing those people to work for nothing. At the same time, he attracted the attention of many experts. This could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Gulp. Specks of light overflowed from the lake water and quickly descended. The spiritual energy was many times denser. It really is an entrance. This should be a real cave dwelling. With such a scale, it was most likely left behind by a saint. It might even be related to an ancient emperor. Perhaps an ancient scripture will appear. Fatty Duan said to himself excitedly. Chapter 570. The lake water sank, and immortal light flickered underground, emitting strange sounds. Not long after, the entire immortal lake disappeared, and a great rift valley appeared. It was formed by stone cliffs, as if someone had intentionally carved it out to form a lake. Draconic chi seeped out from below. An ancient cave flowed with immortal light, containing draconic chi that gushed outwards. It was not that intense, but there was a kind of immortal charm to it. One look was enough to tell that this was not an ordinary place. Ha! Fatty Duan laughed loudly. This place was very quiet, and no one else was alarmed. In the distance, everyone was still fighting to enter the cave within the immortal vein. Who would have thought that this was all part of the evil Daoist's plan? He was just borrowing their strength. Only this poor Daoist can break this chain of caves. Duanda was very conceited and complacent. He chuckled continuously and disappeared in with a flash. This person is truly mysterious, actually having such methods. Everyone else has been used. Princess Yudai was astonished. She hadn't expected Fatty Duan to be so dishonest. Yi Fan waited with her for a while, and then they landed at the bottom of the dried-up immortal lake. There were many cliffs, and an ancient cave flickered with light. An immortal door covered in dense symbols had already opened. This damn Fatty is really not a good person. For the sake of opening this door, he had so many cultivators work for him from dozens of li away. Yi Fan cursed silently. He always felt that Duanda deserved a beating, but up until now, no one had been able to make him suffer. This place is very mysterious. Princess Yudai frowned. Although the stone door was open, there were still many traces of formation patterns within. These ancient patterns had existed for who knew how many years. They were mysterious and complicated, and even when they tried to deduce the Dao patterns, they couldn't see through them. The two of them couldn't be considered profound in the Tao patterns, and they frowned. If they entered rashly, they might be trapped. It was most likely as Duanda said, and it might be related to the ancient emperors. You wait here first, I'll go in and take a look. Yi Fan decided to use the row formula to pass through the ancient formation and give it a try. Otherwise, if he waited any longer, the entire cave would be emptied out by Fatty Duan. Be careful. Yu Dai warned, her bright eyes and white teeth, her breath fragrant. Whoosh! Yi Fan disappeared with a flash, walking within the auspicious light. This ancient cave wasn't damp, rather dry. There were no pearls embedded, but there were many strange stones releasing multicolored light. Within the abode, immortal mist was enshrouded and resplendent, giving it the feeling of an immortal realm. They didn't travel far before they saw a white jade staircase that led even further into the depths. Immortal Juice Jade Elixir. Yi Fan was shocked. There was a spring to the side, and a small Tao platform next to it. It was no more than half a foot tall, and there was a small bowl on top of it. Inside, there was a white liquid. This was the earth milk produced by the great earth spiritual root. If it was the juice produced by the ancestral root, it would have the effects of reviving the flesh and bones of the dead. It was only ranked below undying divine medicine, a priceless immortal treasure. Unfortunately, this is not the real immortal nectar. It is just the milk of an ordinary spirit root. Yi Fan looked at it carefully and felt regretful. Suddenly, his expression became serious. The small platform that was half a foot tall was quite special. It was sparkling and translucent, and wisps of spiritual energy seeped out from it. It possessed a mysterious aura. This is, condensed from immortal juice jade elixir. Yi Fan was shocked, feeling incomparably shaken. In the past, immortal treasures were produced here, freely dripping down, allowing the spiritual energy to scatter, forming this type of half a foot tall small Tao platform. It seemed like the immortal juice jade elixir had all flowed out, and later on, only ordinary earth milk could be produced. At this moment, Yi Fan felt his heart ache. His liver ached, and his stomach ached. Half a foot tall small Tao platform, just how much immortal milk was needed to condense this? It really was too extravagant and wasteful. Without a doubt, endless years ago, this place was connected to an ancestral vein immortal root. There was immortal juice that was produced, and all of it dripped down, not used by anyone. Yi Fan released a long sigh. In the end, he put this small Tao platform away. It was heavy in his hands, as if it was a small mountain peak, leaving him rather shocked. It looked like a piece of beautiful jade, but it was as heavy as a mountain. Normal cultivators couldn't lift it at all. He muttered inwardly. Immortal juice jade elixir could only be discovered and not sought. He had never heard of so much being produced before, and even more so, no one would waste it, allowing it to naturally dry up. Yi Fan felt that this small Tao platform's material was special. In the future, it might have great uses. Multicolored mists swirled about. The ancient cave was extremely dreamy. Yi Fan used the rose symbol art to break through the formation patterns. He passed through the white jade stairs, entering the depths of the cave. The withered spiritual medicines all have medicinal ages of several tens of thousands of years. He discovered a few plants in a spacious cave. They were planted in a jade field, clearly precious objects. Only, they had long withered for who knew how many years. Only undying divine medicines could exist forever in this world, never wither. Other medicinal herbs, after growing for many tens of thousands of years, would eventually die, their spiritual energy scattering. Don't tell me they only died after growing for 80 to 90,000 years? Yi Fan said to himself. If this was the case, then it really was letting divine objects return to dust, dust to dust. After absorbing so much heaven and earth spiritual energy for nothing, in the end, it scattered again. Suddenly, his expression went rigid. There was a person sitting right in front of him, not the slightest bit of aura. Only when he got closer did he notice it. It's an old ape. Yi Fan was astonished. This was an ancient ape that had died countless years ago. Its ash-gray fur would turn to dust with the slightest touch. Only the pure white bones within were still flapping with luster. Without a doubt, this cave had existed for at least 80 to 90,000 years. For the old ape's remains to be preserved until now, it was enough to prove just how powerful and terrifying it was when it was alive. Yi Fan muttered to himself. After carefully examining the white jade bones, this old ape was at least an extreme Holy Lord level powerhouse. But, looking at its appearance and the layout of this ancient cave, it was clearly only guarding the cave and didn't seem like the master of this place. This is an extreme Holy Lord level old ape. Could it only be a mountain guarding spirit beast? As he thought of this possibility, his heart raced. Just what sort of character was the master of this cave? Yi Fan walked forward, his heart restless. This place was most likely the cave of an ancient saint, or perhaps it was even left behind by an ancient great emperor. Perhaps there really was an ancient scripture here. Where did that damned fatty run off to? He didn't dare to delay. He activated the row formula and quickly walked forward in search of Duanda's whereabouts. In the depths of the cave, dragon chi curled up and multicolored light flickered. He arrived at a relatively open area. There were many jade trees here, and they were no more than half a meter tall. Undying Wonder Tree? Yi Fan was shocked. The more he looked, the more he felt this was a mysterious place. There were a total of 49 jade trees here, and they were all different colors. Some were like red agate, some were dark green like leaves, and there were even some that were as resplendent as gold. The 49 jade trees weren't carved by people, but were planted. They took root in the jade, and their roots were like dragons. The ancient records are actually true. After Yi Fan came to this world, in order to find the way home, he had read many strange ancient books in these years. He had seen many absurd records. Earth essence could give birth to jade trees, and they could grow as if they had a life of their own. If they were obtained by saints or great emperors, they could be refined into supreme weapons with unparalleled might. If they were nurtured by ancestral veins and celestial roots, they could give birth to jade trees that were comparable to the divine treasures of great emperors. Once they were refined into treasures, there was nothing that couldn't be destroyed. The large black dog had once told him a legend. 180,000 or 90,000 years ago, there was an ancient saint who successfully refined an undying wonder tree. Each branch had 7 leaves, and with a light brush, it could destroy all things. It was invincible. 7 by 7, 49 jade trees. He really wants to refine an undying wonder tree. Yi Fan became more and more shocked the more he looked at them. They were rooted in the jade veins, and their arrangement was very particular. They were complicated and profound, and if one looked closely, there were patterns on every single one of them, and they were interwoven with all kinds of mysterious marks of the Tao. There are 50 in the Dayen number, and out of the 40, 9 are related to the Great Tao. There's still one left, and it's the one that escaped, which is that undying wonder tree. Yi Fan was excited. These jade trees had already died, and turned into jade stones. The endless mysterious power must have been seized by that one that escaped, and refined into an undying wonder tree. He searched carefully, and finally found the 50th, which was the one that escaped, the undying wonder tree. It failed, and it withered. Yi Fan was dazed. Why did it turn out like this? This was really a waste of a divine treasure. No, not all of them were destroyed. There should be a part of the wondrous branch. Yi Fan discovered that although the entire jade tree was withered, without luster, and there were cracks on it, there was a section missing, as if it had just been broken off by someone not long ago. Duanda. He suddenly thought of the damn fatty. It must have been him who had broken off. At the top of the withered jade tree, there should be a flawless tender branch of the undying wonder tree that hadn't died. Although the refinement had failed, that small section definitely had endless miraculous uses. A section of the undying wonder tree. Yi Fan was moved. That was definitely a divine object. The damn fatty really had great luck, actually obtaining such a precious treasure. I'll ambush him in a bit and demand karma from him. He stole so many of my treasures in the past, so it's just the right time to repay him. Yi Fan began to ponder over how to deal with Duanda. He left this place and walked forward, entering an ancient medicine refinement cave. Bottles and jars filled the white jade shelves. Unfortunately, after opening these jade bottles, all of the pills had gone bad. This was the power of time, and nothing could stop it. All of the precious items were destroyed, leaving behind nothing but dust. 9 revolutions immortal pill? Yi Fan looked through every single jade bottle, and in the end, he saw a small 5-colored gourd with these 4 ancient characters engraved on it. It made his heart tremble. To dare name it like this, it was inevitably an exceptional immortal treasure. It could most likely exist for a long time, but unfortunately, it was empty after being opened. There's no aura of Duanda. He wasn't here to investigate, so the master of the cave shouldn't have left behind any immortal pills. Yi Fan walked through many ancient caves, and felt that everything was ruined. There were originally many divine objects, but they had unfortunately all been submerged in the passage of time, turning into ordinary soil. He continued forward for a long distance. In the end, multicolored light flowed in front of him, and the formation patterns were profound. Even though he had the Xing technique, he still couldn't pass through. After all, he hadn't completely comprehended this secret technique. At this time, Yi Fan missed the large black dog very much. If this guy was here, the formation patterns definitely couldn't block his path, and it would most likely even seal Duanda. He thought carefully, and decided to retreat. If he went in like this, he would most likely be trapped, and there was a high chance he would fall into the hands of that damn fatty. Yi Fan returned along the path he came from, arriving outside the ancient cave. Apart from seeing the exceptional beauty Yu Dai, there was also a barbarian with disheveled hair. He wore beast skin clothes, and carried a wolf tooth club. This is Dongfang Yi. Yu Dai introduced. Yi Fan was astonished to learn that this barbarian surnamed Dongfang was a freakish existence, able to shatter the palm of a great expert. Dongfang Yi, just like his name, more or less had a wild temperament, very primitive. Under the beast skin clothes, his skin was bronze, and he was very strong. The wolf tooth club was made of stone. At this time, he smiled in a simple and honest manner, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He looked very simple and honest. This place is at least the cave of an ancient saint, and it might even be the place where a great emperor passed away. Yi Fan earnestly explained the situation inside. Unfortunately, we can't go in. Yu Dai frowned slightly. The formation patterns were too complicated, and there was no way to break them. We don't need to go in. In a while, we'll ambush that damn fatty. Yi Fan said with a smile. This isn't too good. Yu Dai didn't want to do this. Dongfang Yi smiled in a simple and honest manner, and said, if it was someone else, I wouldn't approve, but he always has designs on my ancestral wolf tooth club. Once, he almost stole it. This seemingly simple barbarian raised both hands in approval of ambushing Duanda, but he clearly stated that he wouldn't kill him, and would only rob him of his treasures. Yi Fan looked at him strangely. This guy looked harmless, and his face was simple and honest, but he didn't seem to be very honest. The few of them discussed Duanda's battle prowess, and in the end, they all felt that it was unfathomable and immeasurable. Even though this barbarian had almost fought with Duanda, they still couldn't figure out his depth. Use formation patterns to lay a trap. Yi Fan took out a few pieces of jade and laid them at the exit. There wasn't a single trace left behind, and as soon as these pieces of jade were laid down, they automatically disappeared. Can formation patterns trap him? You have to know that he broke through the restriction to enter, so he must have done a lot of research, Princess Yu Dai reminded. Don't worry, this is some powerful existence that specially prepared it for this damned fatty, Yi Fan said with a smile. Back then, the large black dog had fought to the death with Duanda after encountering him, and didn't suffer any losses. Afterwards, he helped Yi Fan carve this kind of formation pattern, saving it for future use. Is it really that effective? Dongfang Yi smiled foolishly. This is a small formation, and it's not very large. It's to avoid being detected by him. As long as he steps inside, he'll instantly lose his focus, and we only have that short time to act and suppress him, Yi Fan explained. Hong. A loud sound came from within the cave, and at the same time, a haze rushed out. Fatty Duan was making a lot of noise inside. Obviously, he was breaking through the restriction. They waited patiently, and didn't rush in to watch. In the next 4 hours, all kinds of sounds could be heard from within the ancient cave. The noise became louder and louder, and the dense spiritual qi was even surging like water. I hope he obtains a lot of celestial treasures, and even a great emperor's ancient scripture, the barbarian said honestly. Princess Yudai was a little speechless. This guy was far from being as simple as he looked. He was prepared to give Duanda a good beating. Yi Fan laughed and put his arm around Dongfang Ye's shoulder, discussing for a long time how they should act. He's out. Yi Fan's spirit sense was very sharp, and he sensed the aura. They were hidden within the formation pattern, so they didn't have to worry about being exposed. Duanda humped as he walked out, continuously cursing. His clothes were tattered, and it was obvious that he had suffered a great loss inside. Wang. The formation pattern was activated, and light shone. Duanda instantly lost his focus. His divine sense was almost stripped out and sealed forever. Pung. The barbarian didn't hold back, and swung his large club from behind, directly hitting the back of Duanda's head. It was so painful that Fatty Duan's eyes rolled back, and he almost immediately fainted. Duanda's body went limp, and he swayed as he tried to turn around. At this time, Yi Fan held the small Dao platform that was half a foot tall, and slammed it onto his face. Pung. Unscrupulous. Motherf asterisk cur. Celestial being. Duanda's eyes finally rolled back, and he was knocked out by the two barbarians. He fell crookedly onto the ground. Chapter 571. Duanda was extremely unwilling to accept the fact that he had been struck by a club and a brick. He cursed celestial being, and his eyes rolled back into his head as he slumped to the ground with a plop. Bang! The barbarian was not kind at all. He raised his club and struck the back of Duanda's head again, causing the unconscious Fatty to twitch and grimace in pain. Princess Yudai's small mouth formed an O shape. Dongfang Ye's simple and honest image had been shaken in her heart. He looked like a primitive man, very simple and honest, but he was so skilled in striking with a club. On the other side, Yi Fan was even more unkind. He aimed the half-foot-thick platform at Duanda's forehead and struck 7 or 8 more times. If he hadn't controlled his strength, the Fatty would have already been split open. They indeed didn't dare to relax. Duanda always gave off an unfathomable feeling. The three of them walked up together and completely sealed his sea of consciousness to prevent him from waking up too quickly. Crash. Yi Fan was the first to move. He took off a jade bracelet from Duanda's wrist. There were 18 pearls on it, all of them different colors, and each one was sparkling and translucent. The pearls felt heavy in his hand, and instantly made one's heart empty. All distracting thoughts were expelled, and it was incomparably tranquil. Yi Fan immediately knew that this was a treasure that could help one comprehend the Tao. Princess Yudai cried out in surprise, "This is a string of sea god pearls." Each one was formed by a beast king of the sea. Normally, a single one would be priceless. Who would have thought that he would actually use 18 of them to form a bracelet? Yi Fan handed it to her. The pearls shone brightly, and each one was as big as a longan. They were extremely beautiful and dazzling. "This sea god pearl bracelet is for me?" Although Princess Yudai had seen countless treasures, she still couldn't bear to part with this string of pearls. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light as she caressed it with her slender hands. "Just take it. This guy has a lot of treasures on him." Yi Fan believed that what Duanda lacked the least were treasures. After raiding tombs all year round, who knew how many treasures he had accumulated? Rip. Yi Fan tore open Fatty Duan's outer clothes, revealing an inner armor. It was made from divine silk and jade pieces were threaded together. It was overflowing with light and color, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Divine jade silk clothing. The barbarian revealed a look of joy and threw the wolf-tooth club in his hand to the ground. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Yi Fan gave it a try. This inner armor was extremely sturdy. His physical body was so strong that he had to use 90% of his strength to leave a fingerprint on it. Dongfang Yi came from a primitive tribe. There was a very ancient village there, and his seventh grandfather was incomparably powerful. He also had this kind of precious clothes that protected his body and was difficult to break through. My seventh uncle said that it was dug out from the ancient tomb of a peerless emperor. The barbarian revealed this piece of information with a fiery gaze. Clearly, he had taken a fancy to this inner armor. This bastard has dug up many people's ancestral tombs. He even visited the ancestral tomb of the fifth bandit Wu Dao. Now, he has come to Central Plains to cause trouble. He must have dug up the tomb of a peerless emperor. Yi Fan speculated. The divine jade silk clothing was overflowing with an ancient aura. Although it also had a luster, it seemed to be covered with some dust. One look and one could tell that it was an ancient object that had experienced countless years. If you want it, then do it yourself. Take it off for him. Yi Fan laughed. Dongfang Yi was not polite at all. He stretched out his fan-like hand and tore off Duanda's clothes, throwing them to the side. He then took off the divine jade silk clothing and put it on himself. He's already so old, yet he still hung a longevity lock on his neck. This bastard is really greedy for life. Yi Fan tore off a purple gold lock from Duanda's neck. Wait, let me take a look. Princess Yudai saw that he was about to throw it away. Her voice trembled as she carefully took it and looked at it. There were no Dao patterns on the purple gold lock, nor were there any fluctuations of divine power. It looked very ordinary, and there was only a picture of a long life carved on it. An old man with long eyebrows sat under an ancient tree. This is the legendary longevity lock. Princess Yudai's voice was trembling. She could not believe that Duanda had such a treasure on him. Isn't it just a broken lock? Dongfang Yi did not care. He had been watching from the side and had long sensed that this purple gold lock was not some kind of treasure. This might be a divine item that has the effect of suppressing life. It was most likely the personal item of a peerless monster from 9,000 years ago, Princess Yudai said. 9,000 years ago, a peerless genius appeared in the Central Plains. His name was Xiang Yufei. He was not even 19 years old, but he became an emperor-level figure. He was invincible. His strength and achievements shocked the world. Without a doubt, he was a rising star. After the desolate antiquity era, he could have such a cultivation level at this age. How heaven-defying was that? However, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. He was not even 20 years old before he died. It could be said that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. He was not able to shine in the Central Plains and become a legend. Originally, he could not even live past 15 years old. He was born to die young. According to legend, it was because of a longevity lock that he lived to almost 20 years old, Princess Yudai said slowly. You are saying, this is the broken lock? Dongfang Yi carried the big stick and came forward to look at it carefully. This lock has a great origin. It was given to Xiang Yufei by a supreme figure in the West regions who was about to become a bodhisattva. That was why he could live for a few more years. I don't see anything special about it. It feels very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it. Dongfang Yi took the purple gold lock and turned it around to look at it. He then used his barbaric strength to squeeze it, but the lock was not damaged at all. He was born with the strength to pick up mountains, and his physical body could injure powerful figures. However, he could not do anything to a lock. It was obvious that this was a divine object, and not as simple as it looked. Countless years ago, the Buddha of the Western Desert personally refined a purple gold evil-subduing pestle for the Buddhists to protect them. Its power is boundless and unimaginable. Before it was forged into the evil-subduing pestle, that piece of purple gold godly metal was repeatedly refined by the Buddha, and endless benevolence and virtue were poured into it. It accompanied him for a long time, and because of this, he became a god. Later on, when the evil subduing pestle was completed, there was still a small piece of purple gold godly metal left. A bodhisattva collected it and passed it down. Generations of arhats refined it into a lock that could suppress one's own life. It is called the longevity lock. If you hang it on your body, you will definitely live for a period of time. To living fossils, this is a priceless divine object. Who doesn't want to live for a few more years? Princess Yudai said. She was very shocked. She never thought that she would see this treasure. That bastard really has some ability. He even managed to create such a legendary object. I really don't know how many ancient tombs he dug up. Yi Fan sighed. He had to admit that Fatty Duan's abilities were remarkable, and he had fished up quite a few good things. He had some unimaginable abilities, but unfortunately, he had not obtained them openly. 9,000 years ago, Xiang Yufei became an emperor-level figure at the age of 19. It could be said that his tomb was not that easy to find, right? The barbarian asked doubtfully. Xiang Yufei buried himself in an ice coffin and slept on a snowy peak. It is said that he wanted to avoid death and resurrect in the future. Many people went to search, and all the places with snowy peaks were searched, but nothing was found. Unfortunately, Xiang Yufei never appeared again in the future. Now that the longevity lock has appeared, he has undoubtedly turned into dust. Princess Yudai shook her head. Yi Fan did not doubt that Fatty Duan was able to find Xiang Yufei's ice coffin. It was one thing for this guy to go in and out of the demonic beast emperor's tomb, but he had even entered the Ji family's mausoleum to search for the void emperor's tomb. It could be seen how conceited he was. You two go and discuss how to split this lock. I don't want it. Yi Fan did not want this longevity lock. My life is very tough, I don't need it either. The barbarian also waved his hand magnanimously. This is too precious. How could I dare to take it myself? Yudai felt that she had not done anything, yet she had been given such a divine treasure. She was a little embarrassed to accept it. If you find anything good later, just give me one. Dongfang Yi waved his hand. Dongfang Yi waved his hand. He could also see that this damned fatty had a lot of treasures on him. These were just hanging outside his body. Yi Fan personally moved and continued to search Duanda's body for treasures. The seemingly unremarkable things were all precious. For example, the broken hairpin on his head was actually an antique. With a light stroke, it cut through space. Don't throw it, don't throw it. Even that pair of shoes was picked up by Dongfang Yi. After being appraised, it was a pair of ancient treasures. After wearing it, one's speed increased by 20%, and he immediately put it on his own feet. This fatty is really particular. Yi Fan tore off an 8 trigrams diagram from his tattered Daoist robe. It was actually an ancient treasure that could suck people in. In the end, he stripped Duanda clean. What jade pieces, money pouches, they were all precious treasures. Not a single one of them was ordinary. This also doomed Duanda's tragedy. Yi Fan only left him a pair of underpants, and nothing else. Aren't we going too far by doing this? Princess Yudai's face was slightly red. She had never done something like this before. Looking at the unmoving fatty lying on the ground, she felt somewhat apologetic. Don't pity this fatty. He has designs on my ancestral mace whenever he has nothing better to do. One look and you can tell that he's not a good person. Robbing him is completely normal. The barbarian was very unkind. Having tasted the sweetness, he wanted to personally plunder Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation and other places. Boom! Dongfang Yi moved, fishing out several treasures from Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. They immediately emitted dazzling divine light, almost submerging this cave dwelling. These were 9 weapons. A jade saber, a purple jade sword, a scarlet jade spear, a black jade halberd, a white jade shield, 9 jade weapons. Light shot into the heavens, dazzling, and emitted a soul-shaking aura. Heavens, these are the legendary 9 divine weapons. Yudai cried out. Every small jade weapon was only a few inches long, but the light they emitted was dazzling, and the fluctuations they emitted made one's heart palpitate. They seemed to be even stronger than Holy Lord level weapons. These are the weapons that a peerless king had refined for his entire life. When the 9 divine weapons are combined, their power is peerless, and they are invincible. These weapons could be used in combination. Once they were used, the world would lose color because of them, and they all possessed unparalleled power. According to Princess Yudai, these were the 9 divine weapons of the Feather King from 15,000 years ago, and they had been lost for who knew how many years. Even Yi Fan was stunned. Fatty Duan's methods were truly heaven-defying. He had even found the tomb of the deceased Feather King, and obtained the 9 divine weapons that he had refined for his entire life. This Fatty is practically a living treasure trove. The barbarian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Even if he dug up an entire cave dwelling, he might not be able to find such a divine weapon. And this was only a handful from Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. Only heaven knew what other treasures there were. Let's go again. Yi Fan couldn't forget the undying wondrous tree, as well as Duanda's broken bowl. Let's rob him clean. If he wakes up, do you think he'll go crazy? Princess Yudai said. He'll probably seethe with anger, and chase after people all over the world. The barbarian gave a definite answer, and then went fishing again into Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. Chapter 572. The 9 heavenly weapons were all made of jade. Each of them was less than 3 inches long, warm and sparkling. They were divine weapons left behind by a peerless king-level figure. They were flawless and extremely beautiful. I've already obtained the Sea Deity Pearl and the Longevity Lock. I have no other requests. Princess Yudai smiled faintly and retreated, not participating in the division of the weapons. Voila! Dongfang Ye's hands flickered with brilliance as he fished out another pile of treasures from Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. Purple gold gourd, white jade pagoda, scarlet blood divine spear, there was everything one could wish for. Just how many treasures does this fatty have? It seems like he's inexhaustible. In the end, they cleaned out Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. There were no less than 40 to 50 treasures floating in the air. They were all beautiful and radiant. So many weapons made people feel as if they were in a dream. It was as if they had opened a treasury. There was everything one could wish for, and they were all carefully chosen. Every one of them was very useful. Even the most unremarkable pot was appraised to be a rare treasure. If a precious medicine that was tens of thousands of years old was planted inside, it could slowly be cultivated into a king medicine. Of course, out of these 40 to 50 treasures, the 9 heavenly weapons were the most precious. They had long surpassed the Holy Lord level, and every one of them was divine. Without a doubt, the 9 heavenly weapons were the treasures of Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. Every one of them was incomparable. The jade saber, purple jade sword, scarlet jade spear, black jade halberd, white jade shield, and others were all divine weapons. After all, they were refined by the peerless Feather King. Even after 15,000 years, they still hadn't faded. They had become even more sparkling after being nourished by Duanda. Chi! Yi Fan picked up the 3-inch-long purple jade sword and swung it lightly. Without a sound, a purple light shot out and split the cliff in front of him into 2. How terrifying! It can probably cut a Holy Lord-level weapon in half. Princess Yudai's jade-like face was full of astonishment. It's too sharp. My body probably can't take it. The barbarian mumbled. His body was stronger than a supreme being's, but he didn't dare to face the 9 heavenly weapons. Chi! Yi Fan held on to the 3-inch-long scarlet jade spear, flew into the air, and lightly pointed forward. A scarlet mist rushed out from the tip of the spear, instantly piercing through the mountain in front of it. Just one strike was enough to pierce through a tall mountain. What kind of divine object was this? It caused everyone's heart to tremble. Princess Yudai's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light, and the barbarian's eyes were blazing with passion. The 9 divine weapons are truly worthy of being the legendary divine weapons. Their power is unfathomable, and they will definitely shine in the future. This is polished from a rare imperial jade, allowing this set of weapons to continuously grow. If the user's cultivation is high enough, they can be refined into a holy object in the future. Everyone was amazed. Yi Fan caressed the 9 warm jade artifacts. They were like the most perfect works of art. There was no killing intent at all. On the contrary, they were very clear and beautiful. In the end, Yi Fan took the 9 divine weapons, and the other 2 didn't have any objections. After all, the harvest this time was mainly due to him. After that, he also put away the earthen pot. In the future, it might be of great use to nurture a medicine king. In the eyes of an alchemist, this was a priceless treasure. As for the remaining 40 to 50 treasures, Yi Fan didn't take any of them. This was because the 9 divine weapons were the sea-stabilizing treasures of Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation, and their value was higher than all the other treasures added together. Princess Yudai also only took a few precious treasures. She obtained the Sea Deity Pearl and the Longevity Lock, both of which were peerless treasures. The rest were given to Dongfang Yi. Don't worry, this guy definitely has more divine objects on him. Yi Fan made this deduction. This time, he came to search for treasures in Duanda's Dao Palace. As expected, as soon as he moved, divine light flew out one after another. Auspicious colors curled up, and multicolored mist enshrouded the area. Water-repelling pearl. There's also a fire-repelling pearl. They were all astonished. Fatty Duan's collection was too abundant. If this kind of pearl were to be leaked out, people would fight to the death over it. I really don't know how he obtained it. Precious pearls that are impervious to water and fire are extremely rare in this world. These 2 pearls hadn't been refined into weapons, but they were priceless and rarely seen in the world. They were the rarest divine materials for refining weapons, and they could only be chanced upon. Dongfang Yi picked them up and looked at them. He wasn't satisfied, so he threw them back on the ground. He stared at a copper lamp. It was mottled with rust, and a weak flame danced about. Demonic characters. Yi Fan was astonished. Even the rust could not hide the 3 ancient characters. They were shaped like dragons and phoenixes, and they were carved on the base of the copper lamp. They were bewitching and mysterious. It seems like it's been buried underground for many years, but there's still a terrifying aura seeping out. It must be a divine object. Princess Yudai took it and looked at it. Heavenly Demon Lamp. The barbarian actually recognized the 3 ancient characters and casually read them out. What? This is the remnant of a heavenly demon? Yi Fan was shocked. In the eastern wasteland, the heavenly demon physique was the king of the demon race, just like the divine king of the eastern wasteland's human race. It's a pity for this lamp. It's been buried underground for at least 30,000 years, and was almost destroyed by the passage of time. Yi Fan sighed. Now that it's nourished, it might be able to recover. This is the remnant of a heavenly demon, and it can't be compared to an ordinary weapon. Princess Yudai shook her head. I like this heavenly demon lamp, Dongfang Yi said. In the end, the copper lamp fell into his hands, and he put it away carefully. There were dozens of weapons in Duanda's palace, and the heavenly demon lamp was the palace's cornerstone treasure. It was a peerless king-level divine object, and it would most likely recover in the future. The other dozens of treasures were divided between Yi Fan and Princess Yudai. Every one of them was worth collecting. It was not hard to imagine how rich Duanda was. Every secret realm had an imperial divine weapon, which was the treasure of the sect. Then, they continued to search, but found nothing. Fatty Duan had no more treasures on him, but Yudai and Dongfang Yi were already very satisfied. No, there must be more. Yi Fan did not see the wondrous tree of immortality, nor did he see that broken bowl. He was sure that there was an even more precious divine treasury. The 3 of them stared at Duanda's forehead at the same time. There were most likely more divine objects hidden inside, but if they touched this place, it would be extremely easy for him to wake up. It's fine. With the addition of the 9 layers of seals, he definitely won't wake up. Then, Yi Fan personally took action. He sent a strand of his divine consciousness into the forehead to search for the divine object. As soon as he entered, he was horrified. He felt a terrifying pressure. It's that broken bowl. He was quite shocked. A broken bowl was floating up and down, swallowing the stars of the universe. Its interior was incomparably deep, as if it was a star domain. A supreme pressure seeped out, making people want to kneel down. According to the Black Emperor's speculations, this broken bowl had been sealed, but it still had such heart-palpitating fluctuations. It was difficult to imagine what kind of weapon it was. Could it really be a damaged and sealed Great Emperor's sacred weapon? Yi Fan thought. Beside the broken bowl, there was a jade tree with 7 different leaves growing on it. This immediately made him excited. This must be the wondrous tree of immortality. On the other side of the broken bowl, there was a treasure basin with many treasures inside. They were all of various colors, and among them was a particularly eye-catching sword with the 2 words, Hell King, engraved on it. There was also an extraordinary ancient whip in the shape of a horned dragon. A peerless king-grade divine weapon. Yi Fan was astonished. There were at least 2 or 3 weapons not inferior to the 9 divine weapons and the celestial demon lamp in the treasure basin. This damned fatty was indeed a living treasure trove. Not long after, Yi Fan retreated. A half-foot-long tender branch appeared in his hand. It was flowing with 7-colored splendor, and the 7 leaves were all different colors. It was the wondrous tree of immortality. There's a broken bowl and a treasure basin inside, but I can't get them out. Let me try. Dongfang Yi focused, and a divine rainbow shot out from between his eyebrows. It entered the fatty's body and began to search. However, not long after, he retreated. His body shook violently, and he retreated a few steps. Inside that broken bowl, there's another universe. There's a world-shaking immortal treasure sealed within. I suspect. The barbarian couldn't continue. He suspected that it was at least an ancient saint's weapon. If it was a bit stronger, then it would be too frightening. Princess Yudai also went in to search, but she was also shaken out. She was full of shock, and her face was pale. That broken bowl is too frightening. After the 3 of them analyzed it, they concluded that there was a peerless expert who helped the fatty seal the broken bowl and hide it between his eyebrows. It was almost unmovable. Fatty Duan can move it himself, but it's already not bad if he can use 10% of its power. If that's the case, doesn't that mean he has an incomparably terrifying backer? No, this bowl must be taken out. This broken bowl is most likely connected to his mind. Even if we take it out, it won't be easy to refine. Let's not think too much for now. Let's take it out first. They persevered, and with all their efforts, they finally moved the broken bowl. At the same time, they also pulled out the precious basin that was almost connected to it. This bowl was definitely sealed, and there were at least 10 layers of seals. The 3 of them were all shocked. Even 10 layers of seals couldn't conceal its aura. It was difficult for them to bear, as if they were facing a sleeping archaic king. We can't move the things in this broken bowl. They helplessly discovered this fact. They first threw it on the ground, and then began to turn the multicolored jade basin around. Divine light flowed within, and dense mist enshrouded it. There are many treasure basins, but they are all imitations. This shouldn't be the original one, right? Princess Yudai seriously doubted this possibility. I can't open this treasure basin. Dongfang Yi frowned. No matter how he tried, he couldn't open the jade basin. There was also a seal, and it was incomparably sturdy. However, he could clearly see that the weapons inside were all extraordinary and incomparably marvelous. They were definitely the damn fatty's treasures, and he hadn't had time to refine them. Just how many emperor tombs and divine king tombs did Fatty Duan rob? His value is countless times greater than even a divine lord's. Even a true immortal residence is nothing more than this. Yi Fan sighed. Then, he laughed. This time, he completely robbed Duan to clean, not even leaving a hair behind. Let's leave this place first. We'll slowly think of a way. Yi Fan took the undying wondrous tree first. Duanda even placed it between his brows, and one could see how much importance he attached to it. Yi Fan, you die, and Dongfang Yi got up and flew away with the broken bowl and the treasure basin. They immediately entered the endless mountain range, and then found an ancient cave to hide in. I've already laid down formation patterns here. That damn fatty definitely won't be able to discover it. You guys hide here first, I'll go out and take a look. The formation patterns Yi Fan laid down were naturally the jade pieces the Black Emperor gave him. Don't tell me you have some bad taste and want to see that fatty go crazy? Yu Dai smiled faintly. Her beautiful hair was jet black, and her eyes were ethereal. Her eyelashes were dense and long, and her lips were red and teeth pearly. Her immortal skin and divine bones were so beautiful that it could cause one's heart to sway. Yi Fan coughed dryly. He indeed had some bad taste and wanted to see what Duanda would look like after he woke up. He wanted to see whether or not smoke would come out of his 7 apertures. Let's go, I'll go with you. The barbarian was also in high spirits. He carried his big stick and walked out together. The two of them used a secret technique to hide their auras and hid on a mountain peak several li away. They watched from afar, and only after a long time did Duanda wake up. This fatty is really powerful. He sealed his entire body. If it was any other expert, they wouldn't have woken up even after several days. Dongfang Yi was amazed. Fatty Duan was clearly still a bit confused. He stood up shakily, and then he was suddenly startled. He found that he only had underpants left on his body. Scream, scream as loud as you can. The barbarian was not kind at all, and he let out this kind of expectant voice. Chapter 573. Duanda was startled. A breeze blew over and chilled him. After seeing the situation clearly, he let out a heart-wrenching howl. His vision darkened after being stripped naked. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Then, he let out a howl like a wolf. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Apart from his pants, there was nothing left on him. Even his lightning boots had been taken away by the barbarian and put on his own feet. Unscrupulous celestial being. Damn you. Duanda was flustered and exasperated. He spun 8 times in place and jumped 9 times, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was completely mad. He had worked hard for 30 years and became a blank slate in one day. All his treasures and imperial divine weapons were gone. Not even his pants were left. In a primitive mountain range several miles away, Yi Fan stood on a peak and looked into the distance. He couldn't help but laugh at the scene. The barbarian also laughed and said to himself, "Serves you right. Who told you to have designs on me? Bastard, you're so despicable. You even took my pants, shoes, and socks. Damn, is there anything else you don't want to take? I'm not done with you." Duanda stomped his feet and cursed. The veins on his forehead bulged. You even took the socks? Yi Fan asked Dongfang Yi. The barbarian scratched his head and said, "They were woven from natural silk. They're impervious to fire and water. I put them on together with my shoes and socks." Yi Fan, he guessed that if Yu Dai wasn't there, Duanda wouldn't even have his pants left because they were also woven from natural silk. Ah 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 ah. Duanda screamed as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a duck. He was going crazy. He didn't have any treasures left. He wanted to bang his head on the ground. Smoke, smoke is coming out. The barbarian pointed to the front. Sure enough, white smoke came out of Duanda's nose, ears, and mouth. To be more precise, it was innate essence chi. It could also be understood as fire energy. He was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. It's burning, it's burning. The barbarian stared ahead. Essence energy surged from Duanda's body. This was energy, divine force overflowing. His entire body seemed to be burning, his hair standing on end like a human torch. Thump, thump, he smashed his head against the stone wall, feeling incomparably regretful. Now, he even had the thought of dying. His treasures were worth more than the treasures of many holy masters, but they were all lost just like that. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to bite someone. Many divine objects were dug out from the ancient tomb, and now, they were all taken away by someone. This was even worse than killing him. Duanda screamed miserably again and again. He really couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up and rushed towards a mountain range. He began to run in circles. If he didn't vent the anger in his heart, he really might go crazy. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The barbarian was not kind at all. He helped Duanda count the laps very patiently. Your grandpa, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. Duanda ran 127 laps around the mountain in one go. Then, he fell to his knees and banged his head against the ground. Yifan sat on the mountain peak, propping up his chin and laughing non-stop. This was the first time he had seen Fatty Duan suffer like this. It was always him scheming against others, but today, he was so flustered and exasperated. Then, Duanda began to run madly again, puffing out white smoke from his ears and nose. This time, he didn't stop even after running several hundred laps. 357, 372. The barbarian counted patiently. In the end, Duanda ran 400 laps before sitting down on the ground. His expression was indescribably dejected. It was as if he had eaten a dead child, and his face was emaciated. This grandpa hunts geese all day, but the geese pecked my eyes. He angrily muttered without end. This lousy cave dwelling only has an incomplete wondrous undying tree and nothing else. Damn it, it's also a fake cave dwelling. In the end, this grandpa lost so many treasures. I hate it. Duanda arrived in front of the cave and slapped out with his palm. With a rumbling sound, the entire cliff was smashed to pieces. Hitting me from behind with a stick and smashing me with a brick in front of me. Damn it, isn't this Grandpa's favorite thing to do? Duanda clenched his teeth. He didn't even see anyone's shadow before fainting. It was truly shameful. That bowl of mine contains an ancient scripture with emperor characters carved on it. It's the #1 divine object since ancient times, and now it's lost just like that. This Grandpa can't accept this. I want to defy the heavens. Duanda pounded the ground. There is a universe within the bowl, a world of its own. He muttered endlessly, revealing many secrets. The ancient scripture is called Crossing Calamity, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, surpassing all past and present. His words were mysterious and captivating. Could there really be ancient scriptures in that bowl? Why is his voice getting lower and lower? I can't hear him anymore. Dongfang Xie was moved forward. Not good, let's go. This damned fatty is putting on an act. I'm afraid he's already discovered that there are people spying on us. Yifan's expression changed. He grabbed Dongfang Yi and quickly rushed into the depths of the mountain range. He wanted to quietly retreat, but Duanda chased after them like a wisp of smoke. This damned fatty's spiritual senses are too sharp. The barbarian was shocked. Let's go. Yifan grabbed him and then activated the move symbol. In that instant, he turned into a streak of lightning and disappeared into the horizon with a schwa sound. Duanda was still gnashing his teeth in anger at first, but soon after, he was completely dumbstruck. The enemy didn't even leave him with a trace of his back. Just like that, he was left behind several mountain ridges without a trace. In the end, Yifan and the others returned to the ancient cave. They stared blankly at the broken bowl and the cornucopia. After studying them for a long time, they still couldn't open them. In the distant mountains, Duanda sat cross-legged on top of a sacrificial altar. Using blood as a guide, he muttered an incantation. Dark clouds covered the sky and pressed down. It was incomparably terrifying. Strands of blood flowed as the dark clouds pressed down onto the ground. A vast ancient formation was activated and wreaked havoc in all directions. It was as if an archaic king was reviving. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Blood-colored lightning interweaved. Under the pitch-black heaven and earth, it was as if ancient war souls were awakening one after another. They emitted a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. Dong! In the distance, the ancient cave where Yi Fan and the others were at shook violently. The broken bowl seemed to have a life of its own as it absorbed and spat out the world's spiritual essence. It seemed as if the entire mountain range's spiritual essence had been sucked dry in an instant. Not good. Is this an ancient saint's weapon? It's about to revive. It might even be a great emperor's holy weapon. They quickly retreated. The broken bowl seemed to contain an expanse of starry sky that could even swallow the sun and moon. Then, it turned into a black hole that devoured all things. It first swallowed the cornucopia and then began to shake violently. The pressure it emitted was difficult for others to endure. It was as if an unrivaled demon lord had crossed over. Hong! The broken bowl shook, and in a split second, a large part of the entire mountain collapsed. Then, it rushed into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. It's flying away. Yi Fan and the others rushed into the sky. The outside world was clear, but at the end of the horizon, dark clouds were already gathering densely. Blood-colored lightning hacked about as if a demonic land had been opened. They flew over and saw Duanda with disheveled hair standing on top of a blood sacrificial altar. He was mumbling incantations as dark clouds covered the sky above his head. This scene naturally attracted the attention of others. Many people appeared and tried to grab the broken bowl, but Duanda roared loudly. The broken bowl turned into an abyss and swallowed more than 10 people on the spot, leaving behind only a bloody mist. This fellow is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan and the others quietly retreated and did not go over to join in the fun. The broken bowl had been taken back by Duanda, so it was definitely impossible to take it back. After an unknown amount of time, the dark clouds above the blood sacrificial altar finally dispersed. Duanda's face was pale. He put away the broken bowl and the cornucopia before flying away while grimacing in pain. Don't let this Dao grandpa find out who you guys are. He felt gloomy. The people who had knocked him unconscious and hit him with the brick were definitely acquaintances, otherwise they wouldn't have left him alive. In a pure land of fragrant flowers and chirping birds, a spiritual spring gurgled and the fragrance of fruits assailed the nostrils. Yi Fan and the others ate some spiritual fruits, then said their goodbyes. Some supreme powers speculate that the ancient beast kings of this world are going to join forces, and they might command hundreds of thousands of strange beasts to attack human cultivators. You should withdraw as soon as possible and come back after avoiding the storm, Yu Dai reminded. Yi Fan nodded. This news was very important to him. The immortal mansion world was about to usher in a great storm. The arrival of so many human cultivators had broken the tranquility of this place and aroused the dissatisfaction of the strange beast kings. Princess Yu Dai left the immortal mansion world, and the barbarian also found a place to go into seclusion to refine the celestial demon lamp, afraid that Duanda would use a secret technique to summon it back. Yi Fan found an uninhabited barren mountain and began to test the power of the undying wondrous tree. He was very expectant. This young branch was no more than half a foot long, and it had 7 jade leaves. They were glistening and overflowing with color, sparkling and glistening. He held the treasured tree in his hand and stood in front of a cliff. He gently brushed it forward, but there were no changes even after a long time. He forcefully brushed it again, but it was still calm, and the cliff didn't move in the slightest. Didn't they say that with a brush of the undying wondrous tree, all living things would be destroyed? He turned it around and looked. Yi Fan didn't give up, and waved the treasured tree again. A hazy auspicious light flowed, and rays of auspicious light fell on the cliff, but it still didn't have the slightest effect. Although there was no effect, the treasured tree would absorb all of Yi Fan's divine power every time. It was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled up at all. Just using up divine power is useless? He almost threw the treasured tree to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that he had a divine physique, it would be very difficult for his divine power to run out. Just those few swings just now would have already exhausted him to the ground. Yi Fan stubbornly refused to budge. He continuously used his divine power and waved the treasured tree, brushing it again and again. His power disappeared 49 times, and a scarlet jade leaf on the undying wondrous tree finally flickered with resplendent splendor. It shot out a scarlet mist and landed on the cliff. Boom! This cliff let out a rumbling sound, and it was actually uprooted from the ground. It was like a leaf that was lightly swept away, flying into the distance. It swept away an entire mountain. Yi Fan was astonished. Not long after, an astonishing piece of news came from the front. More than 10 experts entered the depths of the ancient world, and in the end, only a half-step Almighty managed to escape. However, he had gone crazy, and he continuously muttered the words, "Undying Heavenly Emperor." Moreover, some people heard heaven-shaking battle cries from the depths of the immortal mansion world. It was as if an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers was charging, and the sky darkened. It seemed as if there were saints participating in a great battle, and the path ahead was blocked, making it impossible to approach. Let's hurry up and leave. The ancient beast king is about to launch an attack, and hundreds of thousands of strange beasts are about to slaughter the human cultivators. Many people received the news, and they couldn't care about the secrets of the immortal mansion world anymore. It was more important to avoid the great disaster in front of them. The strange beasts were about to riot. Chapter 574. After hearing this news, Yi Fan didn't retreat immediately. He had the traveling formula, so he wasn't that afraid. He wanted to see what would happen if the savage ancient beast king led hundreds of thousands of strange beasts. On this day, he continuously waved the undying wondrous tree to experiment. Legend has it that once this divine object was completed, it would be invincible and could destroy all things in the world. However, after half a day, he was somewhat disappointed. He could only launch one attack after swinging it dozens or hundreds of times. The mist shot out by the scarlet jade leaf was enough to send a towering mountain flying. However, even though the mountain was sent flying for dozens of miles, it was still intact and didn't turn into powder. He was speechless for a long time. Could it be that after using up so much divine power, it could only send the opponent flying and not kill them? This is somewhat useful. After all, this is a mountain. If it was someone else, they would have been sent flying to the ends of the earth. However, it had absorbed too much divine power. Ordinary people couldn't use it at all. Even Yi Fan found it a bit strenuous, as if all his essence chi would be sucked dry in an instant. This is only the power of the scarlet jade leaf. I wonder what the other 6 are used for. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The undying wondrous tree was sparkling and glistening. There were 7 leaves on it, but he had only activated the power of the scarlet jade leaf. The other 6 didn't react at all. Could it be that my cultivation isn't high enough and that's why I can't display its terrifying power? Thinking of this, Yi Fan became excited and carefully put away the precious tree. The immortal mansion world could be called a divine land. It was vast and preserved the characteristics of the primordial era. Many extinct spiritual medicines could be found, and there were also peerless immortal treasures such as the dragon chimera, ancient scriptures, and holy weapons. It could be said that this was a pure land with priceless treasures. Who wouldn't be tempted? All the sects in the outside world were thinking of ways to find an entrance. Even though there were rumors that there would be a beast king rampage, there were still many people who didn't leave immediately. This was because opportunity and danger coexisted. Understanding this savage world first was equivalent to seizing the initiative. Whether one could obtain the great emperor's ancient scriptures or not, this kind of initiative was very important. In the depths of the primordial world, there might really be ancient scriptures left behind by the great monarchs. Someone discovered some clues and is currently searching for the cave abode of the great monarchs. Yi Fan had been here for more than half a month, but he didn't have the luck he had at the beginning. After obtaining the mountain-embracing seal, the human sovereign seal, and the heaven-turning seal, he didn't get anything else. He did see a few caves, but they were all empty. Perhaps it's really time for me to leave. I'll return after some time. Zhang Xian noticed that the savage beasts were beginning to gather together. It was clear that something was amiss. Many experts died again, including 5 half-step almighties. Yi Fan heard this discussion. Many cultivators were leaving this area, and they sensed that something was wrong. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of bitter aura surged from the distance. It was like a flood that overflowed into the heavens, immediately submerging the entire heaven and earth. Then, a streak of holy light that was as thick as a mountain pierced through the heavens, causing the mountains to collapse. Holy light illuminates the sky, a divine object has appeared. Many people cried out in alarm. They immediately rushed forward. Even though there were experts dying from time to time in this world, there were also many pleasant surprises. Precious treasures would appear from time to time. In just a short moment, there were 70 to 80 figures that rushed over. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. There were dozens of experts hidden in this area alone, and many outstanding heroes were spying on them. Among them, a gray-clothed individual rushed up. His magical force overflowed into the heavens, shaking the void. The others all spat out blood and flew backwards. They stopped in shock. There was actually a great expert here. Everyone's hearts became cold. There might be an exceptional divine object up ahead, but with such an exceptional expert here, how were they supposed to fight over it? This great expert released a long roar, turning into a streak of flowing light and flying over. The others were unwilling, but they could only stop. Even though there were a few half-step almighties here, going up would only be throwing their lives away. Chi! Up ahead, in the barren mountain ridges, that streak of holy light that pierced through the clouds became even more resplendent. It attracted everyone's souls, and they couldn't help but want to fly over there. However, in the next second, everyone became frightened. A giant centipede that was the size of a mountain ridge stood on its hind legs. The barren mountains collapsed, rubble flew into the clouds, heaven and earth shaking. This type of centipede was just too enormous. It truly was unknown just how many years it had lived for. Its body was covered in earth and ancient trees grew all over it. Now that it appeared in the world, earth and stones tumbled down, smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. This is a centipede ancestor. Everyone became stupefied. Its body was enormous, and its 100 feet moved in unison. The surrounding mountain peaks and great earth all split apart, and then they collapsed and caved in. The leaden clouds in the sky were even scattered by its aura. That streak of holy light originated from its head. There was indeed a divine object there that was shaped like an ancient mirror. The fluctuations it released were terrifying, and it was refined at the center of its frontal bone. Pooh! The giant centipede opened its mouth and spat out a streak of dark light, immediately covering that great expert. He couldn't evade at all, and even the great expert's protective divine light was broken through. Strange poison under the heavens, this is a centipede ancestor. Not even a great expert can resist it. The people in the back were all trembling with fear. They inwardly rejoiced that they were stopped just now and didn't rush over. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly died. There was no way the great expert would just sit and wait for death. His entire body erupted with endless radiance, and he was about to escape and tear through the sky. However, at this moment, that streak of holy light shot out from the center of the giant centipede's frontal bone, immediately locking him in place. He couldn't move in the slightest. Shwa! It opened its mouth and sucked in, almost swallowing the entire heaven and earth. The entire space became dim. It was incomparably terrifying. It used black light to suck the great expert into its mouth and then refine him to death. Everyone was horrified. They personally saw a great expert die, leaving them shaken. However, soon after, the ancient mirror at the center of the centipede's frontal bone drew their attention. Divine object. That's an ancient saint's weapon. It has refined it into its body. A streak of holy light swept out, locking a great expert in place. He couldn't even resist, and then he was easily erased. This was definitely an ancient saint's weapon, or else it wouldn't have this type of ability. A peerless divine object had finally appeared in this savage world. It would make people go crazy, and they would fight to the death just to snatch it. The mountain range was in an uproar. Many cultivators rushed into the sky to send a message to the great powers they belonged to. They wanted to invite peak experts to subdue the heaven centipede. There was no one who wasn't shaken by the ancient saint's weapon. Yi Fan's heart was also restless. This world was too mysterious. The appearance of an ancient saint's weapon would definitely draw even more experts in. A saint's weapon, an ancient battlefield with hundreds of thousands of people, the undying heavenly emperor. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Wang. The void collapsed, and the giant centipede that was like a mountain ridge flew into the depths of the savage world. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan didn't dare chase after it. Even a great expert had been refined to death. If he went up, he would undoubtedly die. At the very least, he would need a few emperors to subdue it. If I can find another place where ancient experts were in seclusion and find traces of their enlightenment, I will definitely break into the dragon transformation's secret realm. At that time, Yi Fan thought of the heavenly tribulation. If he chased after the giant centipede, would he have a chance to kill it and snatch the ancient saint's weapon? He was quite tempted. However, the heavenly tribulation in a great secret realm like the dragon transformation's secret realm would definitely be extraordinarily powerful. It would be very difficult to pass through it safely. Not long after, the whole area was in a hubbub of voices. It was unknown how many experts had gone to follow the traces left behind by the giant centipede. It was hard to determine how long this centipede had lived. Generally speaking, mutants that didn't transform into human form cultivated slightly slower, but their lifespan was relatively longer. The heavens were very fair. Yi Fan didn't chase after it. Instead, he followed along the path at a leisurely pace. He didn't want to be swallowed by the heaven centipede in a single gulp. Not long after, he traveled for over 1,000 miles and arrived at a stone forest. He felt a type of Tao here and stopped there. Could it be that someone was cultivating here in seclusion in the past? Yi Fan saw some Tao rhythm. The stone forest was quiet, and a small blue lake appeared in front of him. It was clear and without ripples, so blue that it would enchant one's heart. And beside the lake, there was a stone mountain. It was less than 300 meters tall, but it was mysterious. It clearly sat there without any clouds or mist, yet it gave people a feeling of ethereal. The stone mountain was like a pen, straight up and down. There were a few spirit medicines growing on it, rooted on the cliff. They were all close to 10,000 years old and had not been eaten by strange beasts. It was very rare. The stone mountain was barren, but the addition of these ancient spirit medicines added an indescribable spirituality to it. Everything had traces of Tao because of them. Yi Fan felt an unusual qi. He went around the stone mountain and saw a few people in a standoff in the distance. Formless murderous intent pervaded the air. I don't want to say much. Leave immediately, or else don't blame me for being merciless and starting a massacre. Yan Yunluan's expression was cold as he stood with his hands behind his back. On the other side, Li Heishui and Lu Ko stood in front of him. Their faces were full of anger and unwillingness. Yan Yunluan, you are too overbearing. We found this place first. What right do you have to make us leave? Because I am Yan Yunluan. He walked forward with his hands behind his back, carrying a strong sense of confidence. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked down on the two. What is there to be arrogant about? Aren't we just going through the heavens tribulation while entering the unique warrior mansion? If you have the guts, go compete with Little Yi and kill a few powerful beings. Lu Ko mumbled. I will give you 10 breaths of time to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I don't mind staining my hands with blood. Yan Yunluan's expression was cold. In this savage world, killing 1 or 2 people was nothing. No one would care. Lu Ko was furious. This was too humiliating. As the descendant of a great bandit, he was being looked down upon like this. This had never happened before, and it made him furious. Don't be rash. Li Heishui pulled him back. He knew the gap between him and Yan Yunluan. If he made a move, he would definitely be killed quickly. All right, let's go. Lu Ko also understood the situation and said, don't think that you are a monster. In the future, there will always be someone more monstrous than you to suppress you. Are you talking about that person from the eastern wasteland? Even he doesn't dare to come to the unique warrior mansion. Who does he think he is? Yan Yunluan sneered. In the distance, Yi Fan walked out from the darkness. Without saying anything, he held the Thousand Slayers' bow in his hand and pulled the bowstring. A long rainbow that was hundreds of meters long cut through the sky. Yan Yunluan's expression changed. He had suffered a great loss before and was almost killed. Now that he saw Yi Fan with the Thousand Slayers' bow again, he felt extremely fearful. In terms of cultivation, he had nothing to fear. He would even dare to kill someone at the 9th transformation of the Dragon Realm. However, against this sect's secret treasure, he was naturally restrained. I will give you 10 breaths of time to get out of here and disappear from this place. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. Yi Fan used his own Dao to suppress him. Chapter 575. A golden rainbow shot over with a tail of 300 meters long. Yan Yunluan roared and spat out a mouthful of innate essence qi, which turned into a sharp blade and sliced it into pieces. He stood in the stone forest and stared coldly at Yi Fan. Last time, he was almost killed, and today, he was scolded again. He was incomparably angry, but he knew that the Thousand Slayers' bow could restrain him. Still not leaving? You don't have a chance. 10 breaths have passed, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan drew his bow again. This arrow contained boundless essence qi, and a divine rainbow pierced through the heaven and earth. Wind and thunder rumbled as it rushed out. Yan Yunluan's expression changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a copper lamp. The wick spewed out divine flames and collided with the divine rainbow again and again, melting it. Yi Zhou Tian, I'll come and kill you. He turned around and left, not wanting to fight. There's no time like the present. Let's end it today. This time, Yi Fan really wanted to kill him. He was going to use the all-secret character to shoot continuously while there was no one to disturb him. Yan Yunluan was extremely sullen. This was the first time he had been forced like this, and it wasn't because he was weaker than his opponent. He didn't say a word and flew into the sky. He didn't want to be a live target again. He hadn't recovered from his previous injuries. Yan Yunluan, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you running away now? Lu Ko shouted from behind. Yan Wudi, aren't you invincible? Why are you running away in panic? Let's have a great battle. Li Heishui ridiculed as well. Yi Fan chased closely and shot arrow after arrow. Golden light filled the sky, and from afar, it was extremely dazzling like fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. However, wherever this dazzling light passed, lives would be lost. Even a monster like him had been forced to this state. Yi Zhou Tian, you're good. You're chasing me with secret treasures now, but I'll break through in a few days and come for your head. Yan Yunluan was ruthless. As long as he broke through one more realm, he wouldn't be far from being the strongest of the young generation. At that time, even if Yi Fan had the Thousand Slayers' bow, he wouldn't have anything to fear. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Yi Fan made up his mind to get rid of him. He began to activate the all-character secret and was about to fire a barrage of arrows. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill the other party after firing over 100 divine arrows in succession. Along the way, many people saw this scene, and they were all incomparably shocked. It had happened not long ago, and now it was happening again. Yan Yunluan is being hunted down again. The word again caused Yan Yunluan's body to tremble. How could he endure this? What kind of character was he? It was difficult for him to meet someone of the same generation who could match him. Even if someone from the older generation came, he would still kill them without hesitation. However, he was chased by a youth twice. That's Yi Zhou Tian? That little lord? Many people found it hard to believe. Yan Yunluan, don't run. As a demonic genius of the generation, you're known to be invincible. Why are you running away instead of fighting? Lu Ko shouted from behind. Truly inconceivable. Yan Yunhuan is being chased by that person again. He has met his nemesis. Along the way, people continuously exclaimed in surprise. The word again caused Yan Yunhuan's face to turn ashen. It was the first time he was so angry. He was really sensitive to this word. Not long after, they rushed into a snowy peak. The main reason was that this place was too high. The mountain peak reached into the clouds, and the valley below was verdant and full of vitality. However, the mountain peak was covered in pure white snow. Yan Yunhuan was truly angry. He was being chased like a dog, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't be angry, because he hadn't broken through yet. Brother Yan, what's wrong? Why are you panicking? White mist lingered on the snowy peak. A white-clothed man blended into the snowy scenery, becoming one with the heaven and earth. If he didn't speak, no one would notice. Brother Chu. Yan Yunhuan stopped and stood together with the white-clothed man, no longer running away. He was 2 heads taller than the average-sized Yan Yunhuan. His white clothes fluttered in the wind and snow, and he seemed to have become one with the snowy mountain. His skin was as white as snow, but his eyes were full of spirit, like 2 divine lamps. His black hair danced in the wind and snow, making him look like an ice god. It's him, a warrior of the 5th transformation of the dragon realm. Behind them, Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and a few others caught up. After seeing this person, their expressions all changed. Yi Fan heard that on the first day of the opening of the Qishir residence, a warrior of the 5th transformation of the dragon realm fought his way in. No one was a match for him, and it was this person. For someone like this, once he reached the 5th transformation of the dragon realm, he could definitely kill a warrior of the 9th transformation. He was only in his 20s, but he already had such a level of cultivation. It was terrifying. Yan Yunhuan regained his calmness and stood side by side with Chu Tian on the snowy peak, staring coldly at Yi Fan. With the 2 of them working together, no one in the younger generation would be a match for them. Regarding this, they had no doubts. Even if Yi Fan had the 1,000 Slayers bow, he wouldn't be able to do it. If they fought to the death, he would only be killed. This was their confidence. Many people chased from behind and arrived here. Everyone was shocked. With 2 influential figures standing side by side, anyone would know the difficulty and retreat. However, Yi Fan was pulling the bowstring. The secret of Alth was activated, and his battle prowess increased tenfold. The 1,000 Slayers bow was like a dormant dragon that had awakened. The aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Rays of light shot out for tens of thousands of zhang, and waves shook out. All of a sudden, a huge avalanche occurred. Xiao! A divine rainbow rushed out and went straight for the space between Yan Yunhuan's eyebrows. He opened his mouth and spat out a copper lamp. The wick of the lamp spewed out flames, attacking the divine arrow from the side and neutralizing its power. At the same time, Chu Tian made his move. With a raise of his hand, the void was frozen. Mysterious ice spread out and froze the divine arrow inside. Boundless divine power surged in. Boom! The divine arrow shattered and turned into essence energy. It rushed into the sky and the divine light wreaked havoc. The snowy peak was cut in half, and it fell into the 10,000 zhang deep valley. Li Heishui rushed over. He could tell that with the 2 of them working together, no one in the younger generation would be a match for them. He was afraid that Yi Fan would suffer a loss and be killed. Stop. You 2 are both known as monsters. Isn't it a bit unfair to work together like this? In the distance, the crowd watched. The 2 monsters standing together naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was looking forward to the battle. Yan Yunhuan's expression darkened, and he said, "Fine, since you said so, I won't make things difficult for him. In 5 days, I will go to his residence to find him and fight a decisive battle. I will cut him down with my halberd. There is no need to wait 5 days. Come here now, and I will cut you down in front of everyone." Yi Fan sneered. "Brother, relying on secret treasures is nothing. You have to know that there are countless treasures in this world. The Thousand Slayers' bow is not invincible. Cultivators still have to rely on themselves. Chu Tian said calmly. His meaning was clear. It was not that Yan Yunluan was no match for him. It was just that his weapon was at a disadvantage, and that was why he was restrained. Then let's forget about it today. Lu Ko walked up. He also did not want to see the two monsters standing together. If they attacked at the same time, no one would have a path of survival. Brother, let him go for now. Li Heishui walked up and stopped Yi Fan, not letting him attack. With the two monsters here, even if Yi Fan had the Thousand Slayers' bow and other tricks, he had not entered the dragon transformation secret realm yet, so he was not confident. The crowd dispersed, and the disturbance was resolved. However, people were looking forward to the battle in 5 days. The monster against Yi Zhaotian was bound to be a fierce battle. Brother, thank you for your help. Li Heishui and Lu Ko expressed their gratitude when there was no one else around. Yi Fan smiled and patted their shoulders, and said, no need to be so polite. The two of them were stupefied, and then they cried out strangely. They walked up and forcefully punched him twice, both of them incredibly excited. You are finally here. Those monsters from the Odd Warrior residence are all monsters. We were hoping that you could beat them all. It would be a pity if you were not here. Fortunately, you did not hide in the eastern wasteland. Speaking of which, little Yi, you should hurry up and increase your cultivation level, or else you won't be able to deal with them. A girl from the western desert, many people think she will become a bodhisattva in the future. A monster from the central plains killed a king-type monster with a single slap. You should have heard of him. A young man from the northern plains who calls himself a wolf god. Anyone who sees him avoids him. His battle strength is terrifying, and he actually caught an ancient creature as his servant. It was obvious that the two of them had been traumatized after seeing the geniuses of the 5 great domains. Yi Fan said, many people are late bloomers. Didn't half of the saints in the ancient times have mediocre cultivation when they were young? It's mainly about potential later on. That's true, but you don't need to comfort us like that. Li Heishui nodded and smiled. Did you see Pang Bo? Yi Fan asked. He had come to the Central Plains to find an old friend. The two shook their heads. Many people went into seclusion after entering the extraordinary warrior manor, so they hadn't seen half of them. Moreover, they had entered the immortal manor in batches. Yi Fan and the others returned to the stone forest and arrived at the side of the blue lake. They climbed up the faintly discernible stone mountain, and their minds immediately calmed down. This place is extraordinary. Although they could feel that it was extraordinary, they couldn't find any mysteries. They all sat cross-legged on the stone mountain, facing the small lake and cultivating. The small lake was blue, and the stone mountain was faintly discernible. For several days, their minds were clear, and they easily entered the Tao realm. They almost comprehended the Tao here. I know, this is the place where ancient saints passed away. Yi Fan was shocked as he made this guess. When ancient saints died, their flesh and blood would never rot. They could exist forever, but some people didn't want to leave behind a body after death, so they would choose to dissolve themselves. This kind of place was called the place of Tao transformation. It was beautiful and contained the true essence of the Tao. If one could find it and cultivate here, it would be very easy to comprehend and enter the Tao realm. In the past, an ancient saint passed away here and returned to nature. Lu Ko was speechless, and his heart was shaken. In the distance, in the endless mountain range, groups of strange beasts appeared from time to time. These days, they gathered at an astonishing speed, and many cultivators met with misfortune. Let's go, the ancient beast king's rampage is about to begin. Don't be trapped here. In the end, they left the immortal manor world. Yi Fan changed his appearance and walked out from the entrance controlled by the extraordinary warrior manor. No one noticed him. Yi Fan did not leave. Instead, he wandered around the celestial mountain that was shrouded in purple energy. Then, he chose a place and silently cultivated for a few days. He was sensing the pulse of the celestial mountain, wanting to discover what was different. After a few days, he returned to Lu's city. As soon as he returned, he saw many people looking at him with strange expressions, as if they wanted to say something. "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Lord, a few days ago, someone called Yan Yunluan came and said he wanted to kill you. Many people from the Extraordinary Warrior Manor came to watch the show, but you weren't here. They speculated that you didn't dare to accept the challenge and had already fled in panic. They said many unpleasant things." He really came? Yi Fan didn't care about these things. After staying in the immortal vein for a few days, he naturally missed it. Someone said that as long as you dare to appear, Yan Yunluan will definitely come and take your head, unless you are a tortoise forever. When Yi Fan came to the desolate hut, the people of the ancient village also said the same thing. Yan Yunluan also came to find him, wanting to fight to the death. Not long after, the news of Yi Fan's return spread. The people of the Extraordinary Warrior Manor heard about it, and on that day, Yan Yunluan appeared along with many others. There were no less than 200 to 300 people, all young experts who entered the Extraordinary Warrior Manor. There were beautiful young women, bald young monks, and all kinds of people. Many people had already heard that this little lord had chased after Yan Yunluan, and they all wanted to see what kind of methods he had. The elites of the 5 regions were all proud sons and daughters of the heavens. Each and every one of them was proud and arrogant, but they all wanted to see this battle. "Where is Princess Qi?" Someone shouted, glaring at Yi Fan. He had disappeared for a period of time, and there was no trace of him at all. Even if they wanted to come and rescue her, they couldn't. His appearance today naturally attracted the attention of some people. "Release the princess." More than 10 people were eager to give it a try, wanting to attack. Yi Fan immediately laughed. With a flash of brilliance in his hand, Qi Huishui was released from the precious vase. This peerless beauty bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced towards him. "You dared to seal me for so many days, I'll fight you to the death." Unfortunately, the seal on her body was not undone, so she couldn't harm Yi Fan in the slightest. "Someone is here to rescue you, don't be so hot with me." Yi Fan gave her a knock on the head. In the distance, many people saw this and were all dumbstruck, almost petrified. They felt that he was too bold, daring to touch this hot pepper of the southern mountains. Wasn't he afraid of causing big trouble? When Qi Huishui saw the surrounding people, she turned around and rushed over, wanting to escape. Yi Fan didn't stop her. At this time, Yan Yunluan appeared. His expression was cold and emotionless as he said, "I'll let you shoot me with the 1,000 deaths bow. Today, I won't use a finger to suppress you." Such big words. Yi Fan sneered. The others were also astonished. They didn't know why he was so conceited and dared to say such big words. If he didn't use a finger, how could he kill Yi Fan? Yan Yunluan took a few steps and arrived near Yi Fan. With a cold smile, he said, "I'll send you on your way." Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky, drowning him and Yi Fan in an instant. At this moment, there wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified. This was actually a heavenly tribulation. Many geniuses turned pale, and many saint children were all shocked. Heavenly tribulation. Yan Yunluan wanted to use the power of heaven and earth to suppress Yi Fan while transcending the tribulation. Everyone knew what he was thinking. In this world, there weren't many people at this age who could attract a heavenly tribulation. Those who could do so were all demonic geniuses with few opponents. While the others were horrified, Yi Fan actually laughed. Wanting to kill him with a heavenly tribulation was truly a miscalculation. He felt that perhaps he should attract an even greater heavenly tribulation for this demonic genius. He wanted to see who would be killed by it. Chapter 576. The originally clear blue sky was suddenly filled with endless lightning radiance. The electrical radiance was like a sea as it submerged the wilderness. This was a terrifying scene. At this moment, the sky seemed to have caved in. It was pitch black and electrical snakes danced about chaotically. It was as if there were countless flood dragons surging about. Hong. The sound was deafening. If an ordinary person was here, their eardrums would have been blasted through. The tremendous sound was like the roar of a Qilin, shaking up mountains and rivers, about to overturn the great earth. From the distance, that place was oppressive and terrifying. An expanse of black light poured down like a torrential downpour. There were thunderstorms everywhere. Long, long, long. Among them, there were quite a few blood-colored streaks of lightning. They were like rivers of blood flowing into the sea. The scene was horrifying. This peaceful wilderness was immediately broken. At this moment, this place completely erupted. Apart from the ear-shattering thunder, there were no other sounds. The tremendous thunder and lightning even caused the distant mountains to collapse. The electrical radiance didn't even make contact, but the shockwaves alone destroyed many cliffs, making them no longer exist. Rubble pierced through the clouds, and electrical radiance engulfed the heavens. Yan Yunluan crossed tribulation last time and entered the Odd Scholar Manor. It hasn't even been 3 months, yet he broke through again. Everyone was incomparably shocked. What was a genius? Yan Yunluan gave the best explanation. His own strength was great, and his talents were astonishing. Once he had the opportunity, he would break through. Kacha. 9 streaks of blood-colored lightning were like 9 vicious dragons. They were as thick as a palace as they twisted about, piercing through the void and creating a scorching expanse. 9 black holes suddenly appeared. 9 streaks of blood-colored lightning radiance all struck towards Yifan. The heavenly tribulation had begun, submerging him as soon as it arrived. This is controlled by someone. Someone cried out in alarm. Yan Yunluan was extremely calm. Even though he was crossing tribulation, he wasn't scared at all. He drew upon the heavens' heavenly punishment to destroy Yifan here. Kacha, Kacha. Then, 9 by 9, 80 streaks of blood-colored lightning rushed out. They interweaved together, forming a lightning cage that pressed forward. Using a human's will to control a portion of the heavenly punishment's power. Everyone cried out in alarm. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to protect themselves under these circumstances, so how could they enter the lightning cage? However, Yan Yunluan drew upon the heavenly tribulation, turning it into a cage for him to use. Boom! 81 streaks of scarlet lightning hacked over together, forming a cage that was like a small palace. It was mysterious and unfathomable, but it was extremely unstable. After all, this was lightning tribulation, and no one could truly control it. Yifan was like a flood dragon, swimming in the sea of lightning. No one knew what he was feeling at this moment, but seeing that he was not in a sorry state, it seemed that he could still persist. Whoosh! The cage was like a heavenly prison, sealing off all 4 directions. Finally, it surrounded him, wanting to seal him within. Endless arcs of lightning poured down, striking towards the inside. Terrifying, this is heaven's punishment. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and their hair stood on end. At this moment, nothing existed anymore. Endless great cracks appeared on the great earth, forming great valleys. The sea of lightning was expanding, surging downwards. It was a scene of doomsday. Yan Yunluan stood proudly at the center of the sea of lightning. No matter how many bolts of lightning danced about, he didn't feel any fear at all. He looked down at Yifan with a cold smile on his face as he waved his tribulation, wanting to suppress him. Everyone's hair stood on end. Who would dare to be so careless against such a lightning storm? Who could safely endure it? This was the special privilege of monsters. Only when they broke through would they attract heaven's punishment, proving how powerful and extraordinary they were. This world was very fair. Although 9 out of 10 people would die after receiving the test of the heavens, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed at every turn, once they passed the tribulation, their strength would definitely be much greater than those of the same level. This was also the reason why they were called monsters. They had obtained the acknowledgement of the heavens and experienced the tempering of the world's will. They were naturally extraordinary people. Boom! Suddenly, the cage formed by interweaving lightning released a loud sound. 81 streaks of blood-colored lightning were destroyed, and Yifan rushed out. He hadn't been injured at all. This little lord is indeed extraordinary. He doesn't just rely on the power of the thousand deaths bow, he himself is also very powerful. Everyone was astonished. To be able to break out of this lightning storm was already a heaven-defying performance. However, they didn't know if he would be able to escape in the end. Yi Fan was very calm. This sea of lightning couldn't harm him, and compared to his heaven's punishment, there was still a difference. A divine light shone in his eyes, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. Although heaven's punishment was terrifying, it was also a kind of opportunity. He wanted to borrow Yi Fan's heaven's punishment to attract his dragon transformation heaven's punishment. He wanted to use this to break through and ascend to a completely new domain. Humph. Yan Yunluan coldly snorted. Seeing that Yi Fan was fine, he walked through the air, drawing over tens of thousands of streaks of lightning. He wanted to personally control the sky full of lightning to turn Yi Fan into ashes. Rumble. At this moment, there was no sun, moon, or stars. There were no other living things in the world. There was only a boundless sea of lightning. It was like a surging ocean, shocking people's souls. Boom! It was like the rumbling of the divine drums of the celestial court. The mountains and rivers all trembled, and in the distance, many mountains collapsed from the shock waves. The earth cracked and was destroyed beyond recognition. This was the power of heaven and earth. It was merciless and terrifying, making people's hearts go cold. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long since turned into ashes, unable to persist any longer. In the distance, everyone shivered inwardly. Many people broke out in cold sweat, and their clothes were all soaked. This kind of power of heaven and earth was not something ordinary people could resist. Too terrifying. Once one goes in, they will definitely be turned into charcoal. Even Saint Children level characters will find it hard to escape. The austere atmosphere spread, and people felt a chill in their hearts. If it was them, how could they face it? They most likely had no way to face the might of heaven's punishment alone. Hong. Yan Yunluan closed in, and sure enough, he brought tens of thousands of streaks of lightning with him, submerging Yi Fan. Outsiders couldn't see what was happening, and everyone thought that things were looking grim for him. Within the sea of lightning, silver snakes danced chaotically. Black light swam about, and scarlet multicolored light gushed out. All kinds of enormous streaks of lightning formed a world of heaven's punishment, destroying everything and breaking through all obstructions. Yan Yunluan sneered, using his powerful physique to resist the lightning tribulation. He stared at the center of the lightning, believing that Yi Fan couldn't hold on any longer and was about to turn into ashes. However, right at this time, his expression suddenly became sluggish. He saw Yi Fan walk out step by step, allowing the tens of thousands of streaks of lightning to descend on his body. He was completely fearless. Your heaven's punishment is still a bit lacking. Let the lightning storm come a bit more ferocious. Yi Fan said calmly, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. When Yan Yunluan heard these words, his expression immediately changed. He felt that something wasn't right. The other party was actually unharmed. Could it be that he was also a monster that crossed the heaven's punishment? Ah! He released a loud roar, piercing through the sea of lightning and straight into the clouds. His head of black hair stood on end, dancing about chaotically. At this moment, an even greater heaven's punishment descended, and it was actually 5-colored lightning radiance. Yi Fan had a faint smile on his face. He stood in front of him, allowing the heaven's punishment to descend. He was completely fearless as he walked forward. The tens of thousands of streaks of lightning couldn't stop his footwork. Hong! Endless lightning radiance surged like a great river, as if a stellar domain was falling. It was a boundless expanse, swallowing Yi Fan within. Yan Yunluan himself felt a bit strained as he stared at the other side. However, not long after, Yi Fan walked out again. There wasn't a single scorch mark on his body. It's still not enough. The heaven's punishment is too weak. Let the lightning storm come a bit more ferocious. Yi Fan said. When Yan Yunluan heard these words, he was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. This was heaven's punishment. Even holy child-level characters would have to suffer grievances if they entered. If it was too long, they would definitely be struck to death. However, there was a little overlord that he loathed incomparably, who relied on external objects. He was like an undying cockroach, continuously walking out from the sea of lightning, making the heavens' punishment ineffective. Yan Yunluan was furious. He didn't hold back at all, releasing the aura of his heaven's punishment. The heaven's punishment was like a sea, descending from all directions. Many Dao marks appeared, interweaving with the lightning radiance. However, after 6 or 7 great tribulations descended, Yi Fan still walked out from the sea of lightning, walking over step by step, extremely calm and unperturbed, not destroyed within. Little swallow, can you do it or not? Be a bit more ferocious. Yi Fan urged. Yan Yunluan was now truly furious. What was heaven's punishment? It destroyed all things in this world, summoned lightning punishment to destroy the enemy, yet in the end, he was ridiculed like this, a single, little swallow, making his fiery hat 3 zhang tall. Dang! A bell sound rang through the sea of lightning. A great bell formed from dark light vaguely took form, releasing exceptionally terrifying thunder sounds. What is that? Yan Yunluan used a strand of his own divine will to enter the sea of lightning, controlling the lightning, forming a lightning tribulation divine bell. There wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This bell was extremely indistinct, but it had a set scale. 10,000 streaks of lightning interweaved, lightly shaking, destroying all things. Dang! The great bell formed from dark light and lightning radiance lightly trembled. Tens of thousands of streaks of lightning radiance rushed out, all of them descending, landing at Yi Fan's side. Then, dark light appeared in tens of thousands of streaks, submerging him like a raging sea. Outsiders couldn't see anything, only an expanse of blazing lightning radiance. Enter the heavenly tribulation, be used by me. Everyone was horrified. This was the first time they saw this type of method. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. When this type of trump card was used against the enemy, it was simply a fatal blow. Yi Fan also felt a wave of shock. Turns out heavenly tribulation could be guided over like this. It was a bit mysterious after all. It made him feel a bit moved and enlightened. This bell was unordinary after all. With a shake, heaven and earth shattered, its form becoming more and more clear. Yi Fan's palms slapped outwards, and with a loud dang sound, bell waves wreaking havoc. In the distance, large amounts of barren mountains were like paper, unable to take a single blow. They collapsed and sank, completely destroyed, no longer existing. Lightning as form, natural laws as spirit. This type of great bell can destroy all things. Many people sighed in admiration. Wang! The great bell trembled, falling down, submerging Yi Fan within, covering him below. His figure couldn't be seen anymore. Yan Yunluan's methods are heaven-defying, activating the lightning tribulation divine bell, almost able to sweep through the younger generation. Who can break through it? Unfortunately, heavenly tribulation can't happen often. Rumor has it that the Eastern Wastelands monster is also proficient in using heavenly tribulation to destroy enemies. I wonder how the two will compare? There are only some rumors about that Eastern Wastelands monster. The distance is too great, so there is no way to understand him. Yan Yunluan is right before our eyes, yet he even produced the lightning tribulation divine bell. Unimaginable. Dang! A bell sound rang through heaven and earth. Large amounts of barren mountains collapsed. Yi Fan walked out again. That lightning tribulation divine bell had been blasted apart by his bare hands. Yan Yunluan almost coughed out blood. Heavenly tribulation, this type of fatal blow, actually couldn't do anything to this little suzerain, leaving him about to go crazy. Yi Zhoutian still hasn't died, appearing again. Everyone was shocked. Hong. Right at this time, heaven and earth became chaotic. 9-5 lightning tribulation, 5 elements heavenly tribulation, great Een true tribulation, water and fire tribulation. All types of heavenly punishments covered heaven and earth, all of them hacking down. Everything within a range of several dozen li was submerged. Nothing could be seen. Those two figures were indistinct, unable to be seen clearly. They were both resisting the tribulation within the lightning radiance. Yan Yunluan is too terrifying, actually drawing down such a great heavenly tribulation. Even half-step experts wouldn't be able to withstand it. Worthy of being a monster, able to draw down such a terrifying heavenly punishment. Everyone cried out in alarm. There wasn't a single person who wasn't fearful. This type of enemy was too terrifying. If they provoked him, he would bring down a heavenly tribulation, and it would truly be difficult to contend against. Motherfucker, I didn't bring it down. This was what Yan Yunluan wanted to curse out the most at this moment. Pung. He was hacked until his entire body was scorched black, flying out several hundred zhang. However, he was quickly submerged by the water and fire tribulation again. Immediately afterwards, his entire body flowed with lightning radiance. He endured the intense pain and stood up from the void, but he was quickly blasted flying again. Something's not right. Yan Yunluan seems to have been blasted flying by his own lightning tribulation. Could it be that he is going to break through 2 cultivation realms, drawing down the most powerful heavenly punishment? Everyone discovered with shock that Yan Yunluan was in an extremely sorry state. He was sent flying, struck back and forth, seriously injured. This child is too daring. The heavenly tribulation he triggered most likely exceeded what he could endure. It seems like he really wants to break through 2 levels. Many people speculated like this. In the sea of lightning, Yan Yunluan even felt like crying. How was this the great heavenly tribulation he triggered? It was that bastard on the other side who was crossing tribulation. Only, lightning radiance was endless, completely submerged. The outside world couldn't see anything at all.